Hey yo, I just want to say shout out to my red bike. It got stolen about a year ago, and I think about you every day. But you know, now I got a blue bike, and it's not the same, but it's a new life, a new journey. So rest in pedals, red bike, I love you. I like to bask in the tropics with a flask in my pocket. If you acting no brolic, I'll start laughing and mocking like a charismatic parrot that isn't comic. Now I'm feeling like the shit, cause I'm rapping with phonics. Loose off of Jen Ricky's, perusing Sin City, riding my Schwinn smooth like the swing of Ken Griffey. And the felt of the velvet, I said hell with a helmet. I can tell that you're jealous of the smell of the shellfish. Don't tell me I need a haircut. You can't walk a mile in my shoes cause I'm barefoot. Bob's taking the toke, God's making the joke. With a Mickey Mantle rookie card close pinned in my spoke. I'm partying with the dead like Dia de los Muertos. People look at me funny cause I'm a scarecrow, but I don't care bro, I'm snacking on apricots. I need my space like an astronaut. I'm in the sun chasing rum with the juice of a plum. In a singing mood, the drinking pools like a bomb. Someone stole my red bike, so I bought a blue one. I was sad, but fuck it, I got a new one. Chasing rum with the juice of a plum. In a singing mood, the drinking pools like a bomb. Someone stole my red bike, so I bought a blue one. I was sad, but fuck it, I got a new one. I wanna live in Bolivia, be oblivious. I'm sick of always having to deal with these idiots. The ignorance is ubiquitous and it's hideous. When I get lucky, that's when I'm the wittiest. When people don't leave me alone, that's the shittiest. When people leave their phone at home, that's the prettiest. Going on a hike shouldn't be considered hippie shit. It's okay to spend some days away from your affiliates. Mother Nature's where I'm planting my seed. Do a dance in the breeze on the branch of a tree. I reside in my mind, that's the land of the free. I got the world in my palm, you should hand it to me. I can't copy and steal cause I got art etiquette. Sometimes I think that everyone's my arch nemesis. I've come to the conclusion my bike is my best friend. My worst enemies tend to be dead ends. In the sun chasing rum with the juice of a plum. In a singing mood, the drinking pools like a bomb. Someone stole my red bike, so I bought a blue one. I was sad, but fuck it, I got a new one. Chasing rum with the juice of a plum. In a singing mood, the drinking pools like a bomb. Someone stole my red bike, so I bought a blue one. I was sad, but fuck it, I got a new one.
I got a new thing, yeah. I hope that it's alright with you. With you, with you. I told my girl I got a new thing, yeah. I hope that it's alright with you. With you, with you. Hey yo, someone stole my red bike, so I bought a blue one. If I see that fucker riding it, then I'ma sue one. Got rich, then I blew up, got everyone in my crew one. Ride for my true ones. Yo, I told my girl I got a new thing. Yeah, yeah. I hope that this alright with you. With you, with you.
Indeed. So, big ups and welcome, chat. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Said that we try to have a stream later on in the week. And so, you know, it happened. I'm producing and whatnot. So big ups to everybody in the chat. Couple things that we need to speak about. One is I wanted to kind of pick up where we left off in our last stream, but I heard DSP's nonsense on the fucking daily therapy session today. So we're gonna speak on that. On top of that, I'm gonna talk a little bit about the June the King documentary. We spoke about this briefly, and I told you that I had problems with it because there was things in there that were left out. There were things in there that needed to be said that wasn't said, and it is what it was. Well, guess what, chat? I found somebody who I guess they put out their video the same day, to be honest. But it just went under the radar, I guess. But it ended up getting recommended to me a couple days ago that did it right. It has what I want, or what I wanted, from the June the King documentary. So that's who we're going to end up big upping on, and so on and so forth. So that's what we're gonna get ourselves into. Actually, let me show this to you now. Actually, because there's something I want to point out in particular, but I want you guys to watch the whole video. So first things first. So big ups to everybody in chat, and as tradition, I will tap in with you guys in just a second. Let's see here. First things first. Bring that. I need this here, and then I need this. Okay, now let me see if you guys can see this. Hey, yes you can. All right, bet. All right, so I'm going to let me see if I can pull this up for you guys. Sorry about that. There's a guy who just did a ReviewTechUSA doc, and it's pretty good. It has some stuff in it that even I didn't know. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It has everything that I would have wanted. Where is this? There you go. You white heel. Just a second, my ninja. I'll get to you in just a minute. So, all right. So that's what. So first off, sorry. So this dude, he got everything that I wanted. Everything I could have asked for, or what I was expecting, I should say, from the June the King doc. This guy got it. So first, let me drop his video in the chat real fast, and you guys can watch it at your leisure. I would, if you guys have seen the June the King doc, I would very much appreciate, and I don't ask you guys for anything, and it's a choice. You don't have to do it and whatnot, because I'm gonna make a video on it, and I'm gonna end up probably talking about it on stream too eventually. So you're gonna watch it. You're gonna eventually end up watching it one way or another. But I would like people to check this out. I don't know the dude. I don't have no ties to him or nothing. But he did it right. He did it right. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot. He laid it down the way it needed to be. And so let me put this in the, let me throw this here in the chat for you. All right, there's the link to Homeboy's video. Like I said, you can check that out whenever and whatnot. And to the person who's going to handle this stream later, if they could link it down in the description, that'd be cool. Because I really want people to watch this fucking video, because this dude did it right. He did it right. I am very much appreciative of that shit. So, but there's a particular, there's things in here I didn't know about, chat. First off, the dude's name is Mikey. So big ups to Mikey and shit. Big ups to this documentary that he had pulled and whatnot. He did extremely well on it. Give me a second. There's something, it's not popping up the way I want it to. Damn, I gotta resize this. That'll work. Okay, so this is dude's documentary, ReviewTechUSA, The Road to Career Ruination. It's exactly what I wanted. It's exactly what I wanted. But there is a segment in here that I didn't know about. So give me a second. Because well, there's a lot of things in here I didn't know. For example, I didn't know that Rich was part of Candon. Just in case you, quick reference. Candon was that fucking app that the skeptics were pushing, right? It's supposed to be a freedom of speech, anonymous app or whatever, but they were actually training a bot while it was also collecting your information on the back end. Monday Matt was part of that shit. A bunch of other people were part of it. Like a bunch of people in the skeptic community were part of that shit. And they were pushing this app. And some of them actually knew what the damn thing was doing, and they were being paid crazy money for it to advertise this damn thing, right? So a lot of the censorship that ended up coming back on people on YouTube especially, and Twitter, and Instagram, and so on and so forth, a lot of the shit that came back on people later, which caused all those people to get demonetized and all that shit, it was because of that app, because they helped push it. Well, Rich was one of those people. Ain't that shit crazy? And then he also, Mikey also spoke on the Better Health situation, which, if you guys know, the Better Health situation is what caused the beef initially between ReviewTechUSA and Memology 101. Because if you guys remember back in that time, Memology 101 is the one who did that huge expose on it over multiple parts. And whatever. And Rich, being his usual cuck self, was trying to defend people on that were pushing the app. You know, Boogie, Philip DeFranco, and guys like that. He was trying to actually stand up for them and shit, despite the fact that they were wrong, he was wrong, and so he tried to go after Memology, but he couldn't stomp him out, and whatever, and then Memology ended up getting into some shit with the Big Cheese Crusaders. It's a whole thing. But all that. He covers that. He doesn't cover the Memology part of that story, but he does cover the whole, he does speak a little bit about the Better Help thing. It's very well done. But here's the thing that I'm going to point, and he also goes into some of the troll stuff too. But what I'm about to show you guys right now is even more interesting. Chat, I want you, the first person who guesses it gets a big ups from me. Can anybody tell me how tall ReviewTechUSA is? Just off the rip. If you can, you can. If you can't, don't even worry about it. But who could, someone tell me how tall is ReviewTechUSA? If you can. Sorry, I gave that away with the evil laugh. But anyway, yes. Yeah, Harmful Opinion was the one who helped expose that shit, and people turned on him and this, that, and the third, and then people felt bad for him. Oh wow, we got some damn good guesses. We got some damn good Donut. You get it. Well, actually, Donut and Commander theoretically have it. Did you guys know that ReviewTechUSA is like 5'7"? And he wanted to box the quartering who's like 6'5". You're a manlet. And the thing is, ReviewTechUSA is shorter. He's shorter than DSP. So there's a reason why ReviewTechUSA looks up to Darkside Phil, because Darkside Phil's literally taller than him. I didn't know that. Here, let me show you this. Let me show you this. Let me show you this.
Even though he likes to pretend he sticks by his guns, he'll always buckle to peer pressure to keep his reputation afloat. The feud's intensity eventually petered out, but the beef hasn't gone anywhere. In fact, just last year, the two of them were hyping up a boxing match hosted by Keemstar. Rich was pumped about it too, talking mad shit and posting workout videos while the quartering remained radio silent.
Hey Jeremy, how are you?
You traded for a boxing match at a fucking Planet Fitness? With Grandpa up here in this top corner? This is what you doing? What the?
Look where I'm at again. I'm at the gym. Place you're not too familiar with. I'm going to be doing some cardio, do some chest, triceps, and shoulders. So, hope you're getting to the gym. It's going to probably be tough with those big purple welts on your back of your feet, though. Those look like they hurt.
All that changed when it was revealed that the quartering was actually training with Sam Hyde. Immediately, all the taunting work.
But don't even worry about the Sam Hyde shit, because if it's true that ReviewTechUSA is only like 5'7", anyway, if it's true that he's only 5'7", with Jeremy's reach, not even punching power, just with Jeremy's reach, he could turn fucking ReviewTech into mincemeat. Just off of his reach. Jesus Christ.
Workout videos stopped, and Rich.
And then he's training with the fucking. I didn't know he was training with Sam Hyde, but Sam Hyde, I've seen some of that dude's training videos. That's some monster shit. But he can gas. That's his problem. That's Sam Hyde's problem. He gasses. But he can hit hard. Give him that.
Those look like they hurt.
All that changed when it was revealed that the quartering was actually training with Sam.
This is like the fuck. You don't want to get in close quarters with this cat, but he's gonna gas out. So that's what his major problem is. But that's neither here nor there. But if quartering is actually 6'5", just off of the quartering's reach, he could easily pound fucking ReviewTechUSA's face into mincemeat. Just off of a jab. Off of a solid jab and good spacing. He could literally destroy ReviewTech's face in a round and a half. At best. Oh. Jesus Christ. All right, let's continue.
Sam Hyde. Immediately, all the taunting workout videos stopped, and Rich said that the boxing match should be postponed while he handled some personal shit with his daughter. It's weird that the quartering training with Sam Hyde is what finally got Rich worried, and not, that Jeremy is like 6'5"?
And at my biggest, I was like 6'5", 380.
While Rich is barely 5'8".
Fucking manlet! You're a goddamn manlet! So wait a second. So ReviewTechUSA out here talking this hot shit. He out here talking this hot shit. He talking about he want all this smoke with all these detractors. And dude's only 5'7"? 5'7"! Oh, God. I put money on Andy Worski that he could beat ReviewTech's ass. God damn! 5'7", Napoleon height. Napoleon! Fuck, I would put money on Syrian that he could beat his ass in a fight. Not just the pig, but also the fucking the dead leader of France. Oh fuck! Oh my Christ! Oh my Christ! I gotta hear that again. We gotta hear that again.
Got Rich worried and not, that Jeremy is like 6'5"?
And at my biggest, I was like 6'5", 380.
While Rich is barely 5'8".
Oh,
Even accounting for weight, that reach advantage would have been insane. Throughout all of this, Rich broke another golden rule during his beef with the quartering. Rule number 3, don't fight with trolls. Was the quartering actively being a troll or detractor to Rich? Well, Rich sure thought he was. Road to career.
And then, I don't want to ruin it because I want you guys to watch this on your own. But then Reviewtechusa sided with the Keffels in this shit too. So you had Keffels back at this. Anyway, I'll drop the link in the description for you in the chat for you guys again. Check out the video on your own time. It's 2 hours. It's a great watch. Big ups to Mikey and shit. You know what I'm saying? Big ups to Mikey. I don't necessarily agree with the end of the video with the DSP stuff, but I'm not going to ruin that for y'all. He makes some interesting points, but I'm not going to speak on that at the moment. I'm not going to speak on that. But other than I disagree with at least some of that. Big ups to Mikey. That was a banger. That whole shit was just pure goodness. So big ups. You know what I'm saying? If you like the fucking stream, if you like the video, man, go over there, drop that dude a sub and shit. Big ups to that video. Here, let me actually let me drop that. That's what that video is what the June documentary should have been. And I stand behind that 100%. That's what it should have been. Oh my god. Oh my god. No wonder Rich is willing to pay for pussy. 5'7". 5'7". Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that shit was silly, son. That shit was silly. And there's a bunch of other stuff in there too that I just didn't know about. Shut your ass up. Let's see here. Okay, so 5'7". 5'7". Oh man. You running around fucking, and the thing is, this is me giving Rich too much credit because I thought he was at least 6 foot. I thought you were at least that. But no. On typical lol cow time. On typical lol cow time, you don't even match up to expectation of your opponents, let alone anybody else. Jesus Christ. All right, chat. Let's tap in with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and see how our peoples are doing. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully y'all are doing all right. Let's see who's gonna start us off. 7. 5'7". Okay. All right. Okay. Alive and well in Israel. You're starting the ball.
Alive and well in Israel says.
Excuse me.
Harmful opinions. Life was ruined when he exposed Candid.
Yeah. They came after his neck for no reason. Oh my god.
L.I.M.B. Commander says. Apparently there is a tell-all about Amberlynn LOL.
There is. Her former best friend is basically spilling the beans and shit. It sounds it's fairly interesting. It may get an honorable mention in a stream coming up, but it's some interesting stuff. It's some interesting stuff, but not out of the character though for who Amberlynn Reed is.
Bulin says, I smell bacon.
Indeed.
Big ups GTG.
Big ups.
Hate Army says, Phil DeMarco was gunt guarding BetterHelp really hard.
Really hard. Which you know what I'm saying? It makes sense why Memology went at his neck the way he did. Because he had to. Because it was being and Rich is an idiot. Like I said, the documentary that I just linked will really kind of gets into some of that. Doesn't get into all of it, but it's a whole nother story in itself. But he does speak on some of it.
Meth Bear says, Big ups GTG.
Big up, Meth Bear.
Donut Sensei says, 5 feet 6 inches.
It's like 5'7". He's barely 5. It's so funny.
Alive and well in Israel says, 5 feet 9 inches.
He wishes.
Sunspot Gallery says, 5 feet 6 inches.
He's pretty close.
J244K says, 5 feet 8 inches. Bulan says 5.10. H. Silverwater says 5'8". L.I.M.B. Commander says 5'7".
Oh shit.
Sunspot Gallery says big ups.
Big up, Sunspot. Hope you're doing well.
Dwight Race says
So, Dwight.
53. Frederick Dawson says Sup GTG.
Oh, what's up, Frederick?
Donut Sensei says 07. Bill Wilson says 5 feet 7 inches.
Yeah, basically. Manlet, dude. Manlet up and going up against fucking Jeremy, dude. Oh my Christ. He's lucky that boxing match didn't go down.
Alive and well in Israel says LOL, I'm 6 feet 8 inches.
Yeah, 5'6'8". Shit, man. You better be in the league. Holy shit. Big ups.
Hate Army says it's one thing for RTU to be short, but in his shape, quartering would murder him.
Yeah, he would. He would. That shit is so crazy, though. That's so crazy. Oh my god. I'm telling you, just off the quartering's reach, he could literally... Oh my god. It's like Lennox Lewis versus Arturo Gatti or some shit like that. Well, I don't know. Arturo Gatti was kind of smart. And he had really good head movement and shit. Still, like, it's like that, though. Like, if you just think about simple size and shit. What the fuck? You out here picking fights with people and you're 5'7". 5'7". As big as you are? Jesus.
Donut Sensei says DSP is peak alpha from RTU's perspective.
I that's probably why he looks up to him.
Michael Krynakowski says big ups GTG.
Big ups, Mike.
Hate Army says Golden Triangle Gaming Live. He went to Planet Fitness for the pizza nights.
Okay, so that's what it was. It's a 2 for 1, right?
Bill Wilson says I'm 5 feet 11 inches. I'd still pound Rich out like he owed me money. Dwight Race says LOL. Hate Army says the ghost of Kyiv. Zach Bell 05 says hey a dude.
What's up, Zach?
Hate Army says no. Frederick Dawson says
man.
Say what you want about the quartering, he the only one that got a legit business outside YT.
Yeah, that's true. He's still a snake in the grass too, though. But yeah, I mean, at least he rolled his money into something else that helps make him more money.
Hate Army says Sam Hyde creates killers.
Yeah, there are some he's really shaped up some of the guys who go out there and who go out there and actually like train with him and shit. It's unfortunate too, by the way, that him and what's his name? iDubbbz were beefing over seems to be nothing really. That's pretty unfortunate. But you know, whatever, it is what it is. Ego's ego.
Bill Wilson says he's the same size as the Ralph whale. Bill Wilson says Hyde looks like he's on TRT.
Yeah, well, you never know what's going on around those circles. You never know.
J Wusso 989 says Hyde got that roid gut. Donut Sensei says quarter pounder doesn't know how to throw a jab though.
He can learn. He can learn how to throw a jab. He can learn. Now, will he be able to throw it effectively without burning himself out and shit? That's hard. That's a hard question to say, but you can learn how to throw a jab. Fucking A. I mean, really, it's his movement is what I'd be most concerned about. He has to learn how to use the ring to his advantage, to his size. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that's going to take a little bit more time to teach. And I don't know if Jeremy isn't lazy or isn't so lazy that he wouldn't be willing to learn that. But that's neither here nor there.
Michael Krynakowski says don't hate on short dudes. Unless it's RTU.
Exactly. And that's the only reason why I'm laughing at him. Like, you running around here talking tough and you 5'7", son. 5'7". Holy shit.
Bill Wilson says isn't Boogie short as shit as well?
I don't know if he's 5'7" short. He is short, though. Like, there's a lot of short men amongst locals. I don't know if he's 5'7" short. It's a fair question.
Michael Krynakowski says. Stay back. Alive and well in Israel says.
Pretty good, actually.
Hey, I was closer at 5 feet 9 inches. Scammed.
Ah. Rick.
Crispy Mantis says.
What's up, Mantis?
Hello, everybody.
Oh, man. How's it going? Welcome. Big ups to everybody in chat.
Professor Friendship says. LOL 5 feet 7 inches ain't Napoleon, but in this situation, yes.
Fair point. Fair point. Well, I mean, how tall wasn't Napoleon? Like 5'6", 5'7"? I thought. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. He wasn't like circus clown small like everybody tried to make him out to be.
You know, Gaze says.
Big ups.
Rich is like Snorlax though. He'd have a lot of HP.
I don't know if Rich could take a lot of. That's to be honest. And if he did, it would be out of ego and pride more than anything, which is only going to cause him more problems in the end.
Alive and well in Israel says. Napoleon fought in battle and charged cannon positions. I'm sure he would be able to handle most of us here.
Agreed.
Sunspot Gallery says. 58 with boots on.
58.
Professor Friendship says.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. I guess Napoleon was 5'6".
He was 5'6". Okay, so I thought he was like 5'6", 5'7".
JWusso989 says. A high school athlete would demolish RTU.
Agreed.
Michael Krynakowski says. Yucca fools.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I knew he was on Keffel's side at one time. I just didn't know why. That was a pretty dumb reason to side with Keffel's just to get over on Jeremy. That seems kind of lame. But it's right up Review Tech's alley, though.
Bill Wilson says. RTU wanted that bussy.
Probably.
JWusso989 says. RTU said Keffel's was attractive.
Ugh. Yikes.
Vincenzo says. Kinda shocked June didn't mention the BetterHelp thing in his doc.
If you, like I said, watch Mikey's doc when you get a chance. And you'll find very quickly that he missed out on a lot of stuff. I mean, I knew he missed out on a lot of stuff because I actually watched June's documentary. But, like, there's a lot of shit in Review Tech USA's history that he just outright skipped or whatever. So I don't know if Review Tech's documentary was just filler as a lead up to DSPs and whatnot, because I'm starting to think, I got to be honest with you, I'm starting to think the Review Tech USA documentary was supposed to be a primer to kind of help shape it, to help start and or to shape a narrative leading up to DSPs. And if that's the case, then it makes it just filler, because it is a lot shorter than it should be. Like, a Review Tech USA doc should be a minimum of 2 hours at the very least if you really are going back and looking at his shit. Mikey actually did that. June didn't. Now, don't be wrong, because June has a name, he's going to be able to, his name is what's carrying that documentary, not the actual substance within that documentary. When you watch the Mikey doc, you'll see what I mean. Oh shit, what's up, bro?
Agent Proper says. What's up, my dude?
What's up, dude? Big ups, big ups. Let me see here. If you hit me in Discord yet, if you did, let me open it up. All right, let's continue.
Agent Proper says. Hey there, Chad. Robert Napier says. Golden Triangle Gaming Live. Hey, Golden.
What's up, Robert? How you doing? Big ups to everybody in chat. Actually, hold on a second. Oh shit! I didn't know that prop. That's something to look out for. Oh boy. Shit. That's something to look out for. Okay, let's see here. Let's keep going.
Bill Wilson says. No idea, Robert. I thought he was a short manlet as well. Agent Proper says. Are we guessing on how wide Rich is?
That'll be our next question. That'll be our next question.
Bill Wilson says, Wings Richard McGravy is 6 feet 0 inches and towered over Boogie.
Yeah, because Wings is about 6 foot. So Jesus Christ. So let's say Boogie's what, 5'8", 5'9", maybe something along those lines. Probably easy, at least 5'8". So that means him and Rich are probably about the same height. Well, Rich isn't 5'8". Rich is 5'7". So bunch of really heavy-setted manlets all over the goddamn place.
Ricardo says, LMAO. Robert Napier says, are we talking how tall each of us are?
I mean, you can mention it if you like, but like, you know what I'm saying? We're really just talking about review tech.
Robert Napier says, I'm about 5 feet 9 inches.
5'9", nothing wrong with that. Sorry, chat, give me just a second. Huh. Oh. Oh shit. Well, prop. I have a lot to look out for when it comes to that.
Hate Army says, nah. GTG ask chat to guess how tall RTU is.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Let's keep skimming through this, and then let's get into we'll get into the stream proper, if you will. No pun intended. Let's see here.
Dwight Race says, I still think Rich is around 53 if he takes his shoes off. LOL. Robert Napier says, RTU is 5 feet 3. Agent Proper says, I bet Rich wears lifts.
Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we already know that Ralph does, so.
Professor Friendship says, pizza night at a gym has to be one of the most sadistic things ever, haha.
Next to like all you can eat ice cream and shit, or frozen yogurt or whatever they would call it.
Some Gator says, Phil needs to control a narrative in some way. Number 1 ranked in America, the charge rate on PayPal even though his info is out of date, public opinion is growing in positivity since Casino. Wild. The
question is how long will it last and whatnot. And like I said, this Mutahar segment, which we're about to go into, is just silly.
Messetsu Dragon says,
What's up, Dragon?
Hey all.
Big ups and welcome.
Bill Wilson says, Quarter Pounder still got punched by a man in a dress and cried on the internet about it.
Yeah, he did. That guy was like, he's like a teacher in like Krav Maga or some shit like that. But yeah. And then he got banned from whatever that gaming convention was. Which costed him a lot of money because he made a lot of money making content over that. And the funny thing is too is that fight didn't even happen on the premise of where the convention was. It happened in some bar a couple blocks away or some shit. But you know, it is what it is.
Robert Napier says, does Ethan Ralph look 5 feet 1 to you, bitch?
Yes, he does. A little more, a little less. But it's funny though. I mean, it's crazy to me because you think like Amberlynn Reed and Chantel are around that 5'1" type size. You know what I'm saying? Think about that. Crazy.
Hate Army says, I don't know about roids, I don't know much, but from what I've heard, steroids are so you can look bulky, that wouldn't necessarily translate to punching/moving around well. I think Sam just trains like a maniac.
Agreed. Really needs to work on that cardio though. Like I said, you can tell that guy gets gassed.
Wooden Ox says, yeah, he really wasn't that short. Meth Bear says, Napoleon was 5 feet 6 inches, which was average for the time.
Yeah, 5 feet 6. All right, fair enough. I can live with that.
Ramza675 says, this DSP midlife crisis arc is insane.
It'll only get even more insane too as time goes on, but I'll explain that as we go.
Kings3411 says,
it's okay.
You're the man, GTG, easily the greatest tractor.
I appreciate it. Not sure about greatest, but I appreciate it.
Robert Napier says, Ramza675, it seems to have ramped up since he appeared on Kino Casino.
It will. I mean, but like I said, that's part of the narrative though. That's part of the long-term plan.
Bulin says, it was a promo to DSP Doc.
Agreed.
Robert Napier says, Filler. Sunspot Gallery says. You mean to tell me that Mr. Sexy Coco didn't need to kneel while sucking everyone's dick?
Word around the campfire, my friend. That's word around the campfire.
JWusso989 says. Apparently DSP said he's going to do a co-op with Kino and Muta. Keem is getting the pig's blood into the bucket.
Agreed. But like, I also don't like the fact that one of the names, though, not just Muta, was also having a conversation or even some type of co-op stream with Josh from the Farms, and DSP immediately shot that down. But we'll talk about that when we get to it.
Alive and Well in Israel says. I think the glazing will last until Phil doesn't do what they want.
Or until they squeeze all the money out of him that they can get. Or at least attention. At least the attention.
Piece of Peace says.
Hey, what's up, Piece of Peace?
It's great seeing his principles melt away so quickly in the face of all this extra dent money and attention.
The dude doesn't have principles, though. The whole, I want positivity, I'm going to drop the king of hate. That's all bullshit that he tried to take away to try to, like, diminish, like, what little aspects that detractors had over him. But those were very small parts of a much larger picture, and he couldn't see that. He just wants to diminish what he thinks he can control, and he can't. And now he was on stream today saying, well, yeah, someone in there fluffed his ass up and said, hey, man, you should just say it's the king's tax or it's the king's tithes, and you should just pay it. And what did his dumb ass do? Because he's impressionable, he's stupid, he doesn't have any friends, he doesn't have any real social skills anymore. I mean, most of the pignosis doesn't really even work anymore, to be honest. He just went along with it, which is pathetic. It's par for the course, but it's pathetic.
Frederick Dawson says. I'm 6 even and I still feel small.
Happens the best.
Meth Bear says. My girlfriend is 4 feet 10 inches and could probably take Ralph down.
And I don't think there's too many people that would have a problem taking Ralph. I don't think that's a thing. Let's see here.
Ice Yamamoto says.
Suffice.
Hello all. Auramaster DX says. He been trying to drop the king title ever since DS Positive.
He couldn't drop it though. He's always wanted people to acknowledge him as the king, even though he's the king of nothing, less than nothing, if you will. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can't even say he's like the king of dirt, or he has an empire built on it, because Cobes already has that shit. It is what it is.
JWusso989 says. Principles, no extra $20 in tips, yes, please. Robert Napier says. You guys seen Phil's haircut?
I saw it briefly, but I was really more listening to it than watching.
Alive and Well in Israel says. If he agrees to do this thing with Muta but backs out, that could be a precursor, or if he doesn't go along with the Meadow Cooler thing.
That's a fair point. With that being said, chat, big ups to everybody for tapping in. So let's go ahead and tap into our video that I've promised, or at least are going over the stream. Let's see here. We're at the 11:45 point in our stream. Big ups to Raw Phil. And let's see here. Actually, you know, Oathkeeper, you just jumped in, so I'll tap you in before we start this. Go ahead.
Oathkeeper 99 says. He's the king of a cemetery and business of failure.
That's a fair point.
Frederick Dawson says. You ever notice that lol cows are the outcast weird kids that
I just call it may have cut off, but yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And the thing is most people can usually grow out of that stuff, but like I said, like when you look at DSP, I'm not surprised he came out the way he did, to be honest with you. And it's a combination of, I'm sorry, of nature and nurture. There were mistakes made on everybody's parts when it came to this guy's upbringing. You know what I'm saying? And he doesn't want to change it. He doesn't know how to change it. It is what it is. I think that's why he's so desperate to try to convince people that he's in control of his situation, and he's not. Like, I heard a clip from, if not yesterday, it was like the day before or something. It was definitely the day before, because I think he was off yesterday, where he said, like, he admitted that the bathroom is, just like we've already said, It's blown the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? All the pipes are still leaking. He hasn't done anything about that. Mold has formed just like it did downstairs under the sink way back in the day. If you guys know, you know. The toilet in there has been shot. So God knows what kind of leakage is actually going on under his floors, which would explain why the floors in the kitchen are allegedly coming up. That house is blown the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? In the same way that fucking Officer Sanders snatches. That shit is blown out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to need more than reconstructive surgery to fix that shit. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that he thinks he can, the fact that he doesn't want to put any money towards it and try to fix it piece by piece. And instead, he's gambling, quite literally, gambling on getting the home refinanced and then trying to do it all at once, which by then the damage would only continue to further itself along, which is going to cause him even more money. Ridiculous amounts of money is going to be ridiculous. On top of the fact, that's me thinking too far ahead, because he still has to go into the bank, ask for the refinancing. They still got to look at his finances. Then they're going to have to send someone out there to actually look at the property and actually see what that's about. You're going to need an inspector to go out there and look at the integrity of the property and shit. Then he has to explain all that nonsense. And then it's just, there's so many issues and problems. And if he gets the loan, he's going to owe so much money in fucking taxes and shit. They're going to have to either he's definitely going to get fixed in for a minimum of 15 years, if not 30. Fucking interest is going to be as high as Georgia Pines. And you know he's not going to spend the money the way he says he's going to. He's going to blow that bullshit, on everything but what his priorities should be. And then he's going to be right back at it. And if anything, I think he's saying he's trying to bide his time because he's waiting for the economy. Fuck all that. What he's waiting to do is see if he can get himself some credit cards again, and then run those things up, use the refinancing if he can get it granted, depending on how much money he gets granted for, use that to pay down the credit card so he can get what he wants out of it, then spend it on a couple of things around the house. Maybe he takes Cat on a honeymoon, maybe he don't, and whatnot, and then be right back at square one. This idiot is conditioned to live with debt. Just like low tier God. These people don't know what it's like to have a bunch of money in the bank. They don't know what it's like to be ahead. They're used to just kind of dealing with the average daily day. You know what I'm saying? That's why DSP is so comfortable with begging. That's the reason why low tier God is so comfortable with punking his audience into giving him money and trying to push his merch and all that other bullshit. You know what I'm saying? You could call it grinding, you could call it hustling, but it's really hustling backwards. It is what it is. And the fact that DSP doesn't quote unquote have any real debt, but he's doing everything he can to put shit on credit because clearly his audience isn't buying him shit, just goes to show what his conditioning is. It's the same reason why you got $4,000 the other day. You never thought about putting that shit in the bank. You never thought about putting it in like a high interest CD or something. You never thought about, I mean, let's be honest, it's investing. He's not going to do any of that shit. But you never thought about at least putting that shit in the bank and then like put it towards getting like a plumber out there, actually seeing what some of your issues are and get an estimate on something. No, why the fuck would I do that shit when I could spend it on whatever liquor that I can get from fucking whatever grocery store and then takeouts covered for the next couple days and then WWE pools. I'll wait and use the money to fix the house with the money that comes out of the house, essentially. And he thinks he's being smart, but he's not. He's just plainly not. And then with all the money that he owes in taxes and everything else, it's neither here nor there. It's neither here nor there. Let's see here. All right, let's tap a few more you guys back in and let's start with this video.
Dwight Race says, I find it funny that DSP is willing to now work for free, not including tips and SC, with people who are adjacent to Keemstar. But taking a paycheck from Keem is out of the question.
It's bullshit. Like I said, if Keem would have came to him in such a way that would make it seem like they were equal partners, he probably would have taken that deal. As long as he's elevated above Wings and Boogie, he may have been able to take that deal.
Ramza675 says, DSP tries it, spreading mold to neighbors. Agent Proper says, Linda should have swallowed Phil with the Nicor et gum.
She really should have swallowed. Either that or Dave should have pulled out. One of the two. They both fucked up. They both fucked up.
Dwight Race says, DSP better hope his neighbors don't end up having problems and found out he's ground zero.
That would be hilarious.
Robert Napier says, the economy waits for no one.
Agreed, just like time.
Alive and Well in Israel says, the economy LOL, nukes are about to start flying.
That's not funny, but it may very well happen. Oh, you better hope that Seattle don't get hit with anything.
Raiden's Blade 1 says,
What's up, Raiden?
hey GTG, what up?
No.
Got a new
What's
movie idea for DSP, Beg Sarage.
That could be funny. Well, when we get to the segment where we start where I start giving you guys ideas for movies or whatnot, hold on to that one. That's a good one.
Ramza 675 says,
Actually, that gives me a good idea for
there's
some Call
gonna
of
be
Duty
a
shit.
lot of generous gifts donated when he gets the refinance.
Sorry, all right, sorry about that. I'm gonna replay that message because Raiden Blade just gave me an idea. I have some Call of Duty footage, and I think I just got myself an idea of what to do with some of it. If I end up doing this idea, Raiden Blade 1, you need to remind me to put you as to list you down as a producer if I end up doing this idea. I have an idea. It'd be funny. I'll have to think about it, but I'll remember this on the playback. All right, let's replay this one. Sorry about that.
Ramza 675 says, there's gonna be a lot of generous gifts donated when he gets the refinance.
Agreed, 100%.
Robert Napier says, Detsid Phil. Auramaster DX says, but he beat the IRS guys.
Only temporarily. Only because of circumstance. Only not on merit, just on circumstance.
Athron 82 says, he will put his money into a rainy day fund and will use it for the next rainy day. Anthony says, credit catches up to you Onate.
Yeah, eventually.
Ushinomimi says, good night everyone.
Good night. Big up for coming out.
UPS. That Gianna girl says, DSP's parents didn't sound poor when he talked about his childhood. They may have not been rich but wasn't in the projects from the sound them.
They're not. His parents aren't rich, but they're not broke either. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he had everything he needed, and to a degree, he had everything that he wanted. It's just he's just a greedy little sniveling little fuck, and he doesn't get everything. He didn't get the brand new car, like, you know what I'm saying, at 16, like everybody else or whatever. He probably got himself a nice used car, if anything. He can't say that his father never spent time with him because Phil's the one who didn't want to learn how to swim. He didn't want to learn how to ride a bike. I mean, you know, he did shit to himself. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why he was up and under Linda's tits for as long as he was, because he don't want to do nothing else. You know what I mean? He's just a lazy, useless fuck. He's a natural born consumer, which he was only further conditioned to do so because he didn't leave the house. He didn't do anything. You know? I mean, I would say John was probably the first real friend that he had. I would say the brotherhood that they had in Connecticut when it comes to the FGC was the first time he ever felt any real camaraderie. Yeah, he may have had some associates around him leading up to that point, but I don't think he ever had any real friends. That's the reason why he takes that shit with John as hard as he does and whatnot. But that's just me speculating, of course.
Meth Bear says, you don't pay taxes on loaned money because you have to pay it back. He actually wants a cash out refee to put it into savings.
That's a good way of looking at it.
Some Gator says, Phil and his ilk says he provides entertainment for free, but it's not. We pay our electric and internet bills. It's no different than street performers. We pay taxes to live here. We don't owe them.
That's a fair way of looking at it.
Almighty Gookie says,
What's up, Almighty?
what's good all my ninjas?
Chillin'.
Agent Proper says,
What are you doing right?
what if Rich and Phil were switched at birth?
It'd be funny if those guys were actually related and they just didn't know it. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Alive and Well in Israel says, Does a refinance require a new home inspection?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm honestly thinking to refinance his home that they're going to have to send an inspector out there to actually to look at the validity of the house. You know what I'm saying? Not just the inside of it, but you know what I'm saying? Like its structure, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Because if like, you know, because certain things would need to be addressed, you know what I'm saying? I think, or prioritized, I should say, over like cosmetic or some of the other things that may be involved. But like, I don't know how that would work in his particular state. I'm not sure what the conditions of the bank, depending on what bank grants it to him, which I assume is the same bank he got the loan from, is going to require. So I have questions. I have questions. But if his house is really as dilapidated as he says that bitch is, like, do you know how much work is going to need to be done? Like, on his part, definitely getting all that bullshit up and out that garage. That's the first thing. All that trash, all of Jasper's waste, all of those fucking DoorDash products and shit, and the residue and everything that came off of that needs to go first off and foremost. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to hide that shit from your neighbors, maybe, because I would assume during the summer, that would smell that house up something fierce. Well, the garage. So definitely the house. And if his neighbors aren't catching a whiff of that, I'm already shocked in its own right. As it pertains to the mold problem, I'm really wondering how bad that was, because if you remember back in 2017, because SOK was still around at that time, because they actually went over that stream, when DSP admitted that he had a leak under the kitchen sink for a while, but one day I guess Panda went down there and there was like a small puddle or whatever, and they opened that bitch up and there was all that mold down there and shit and all this water damage and all that crazy shit that had been going on for a while. And they just ignored it. The both of them did. Until they couldn't. And then that became a whole situation in itself. I'm pretty sure he went and begged to his parents for the money to get that squared away. So on and so forth. That's probably not the only leakage they've had in there. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be surprised if we already know about the garbage disposal. Who knows about his dishwasher? Like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like the reason why they keep throwing vegetables away each and every week, besides the fact that they're both stupid, is the fact that the refrigerator is probably not running properly because he hasn't had any maintenance done on it or anything like that. Like, I have all kinds of questions when you think about how bad shit is. But then this idiot went ahead and got blacked out, allegedly. He got blacked out blinds downstairs. You didn't get a set for upstairs where you said you needed because it's literally an oven up there? Make it make sense.
Some Gator says, movie idea, Belch Gassity, and the Gout Dance Kid.
Yeah, hold on to that.
Raiden's Blade
Hold on
1
to that,
says,
because I got an idea.
LOLOK GTG.
I appreciate it, because like, I'm telling you, I got an idea. And I got some Call of Duty footage. If I can just get the story right in my head, I might reach out to Paul, by the way, too. But if I can get the story, I'm thinking 2 or 3 parts. I'm thinking about 2 or 3 parts over some Call of Duty footage. I'm just talking right now. But if I end up doing it, if we get past that first episode, I'll put you down as credits for as a producer. Remind me and whatnot if I ever get around to it. But right now I'm kind of writing something up as I'm talking to you. But I have ideas. Just know I have ideas.
Almighty Gookie says, still waiting on the snort report for Dave responding to John and Howard.
Oh, touche. You're right. I still have to do that. Let me put that on the list. You're right. I wonder if I actually started that recording. Good call on that, Almighty. I need to actually get on that.
Greymorn says,
yeah, that's gonna be a long one.
Movie idea, Brokeback Mountain. David says, do you think when his parents adopted Melissa was the true birth of DSP? What I mean is he was obviously a spoiled kid who couldn't handle the situation, and it seems like his mom pampered him.
I think bringing another child into a single child home is definitely going to be uncomfortable, for sure. The long-term effects of Melissa's stay with them is it's something I need to sit down and actually really, really think about, because that kind of remains to be seen. But I will say that the time that they did live together, it's very clear. It's very clear the effect that it has on him, on not just how he looks at relationships, not just how he looks at women, but his response to women. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you look at like some of those SRK posts or some of his forum posts as it pertains to speaking about women and issues and shit like that, I think a lot of that comes back to some of his abandonment issues. Like when he talks about, thank you guys for staying on the podcast or the therapy session. I hope you guys will stay for the thing, but if not, and you guys choose to leave, I kind of understand. And you kind of like immediately see how down he gets about it. I think when she got there, I think he didn't like the idea of sharing his parents' attention with her. I think when she left, I think he felt devastated. I think he looked at it as, why are you leaving me? Like, you invaded my space and now you're just going to pick up and go? Like, why? You know what I'm saying? And there's all kinds of different reasoning behind all that. Like, his thought, like, he has an extremely warped thought process when it comes to the world as a whole. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if, Steve the Dead ever wanted to write a book about that shit, I mean, the amount of, like, DSP is a massive fucking head case. A massive fucking, like, you know what I'm saying? And I think Melissa's part of it, but I think it's indirectly. I don't think she did anything maliciously, It is what it is. I think he was definitely infatuated with her because that's probably the first woman besides his mother that he was actually close to. Or he was at least in the vicinity of, if nothing else.
Blosser says, this man was an only child and was spoiled rotten.
Agreed.
Adrat255 says, in Phil's eyes they weren't rich because of how spoiled he is.
That too.
Anthony says, God, I wish I could ride a bike but I don't have the body balance.
That's not funny. That's not funny. It's kind of funny.
Or a Master DX says, Rip T.
Rip T. Speaking of which, by the way, a brief moment of silence for Susan. Brief moment of silence for Susan. Okay, I'm back to it. But yeah, I actually heard about this. She was fighting lung cancer for like 2 years or something. Jesus Christ, man. Thanks. That's some wild shit. If you guys haven't heard, you can find it. Jesus Christ. All those years you were mad at me, Susan. It was like you were mad at the cancer, girl. You didn't have to take that out on me. Damn. But I understand. All right, here we go.
Alive and well in Israel says, John is the original dead.
I don't see, the thing is about John, right? Is I really feel like you got someone from Connecticut who actually went to Evo and actually kind of did something or whatever, because that's how they met. Just in case you don't know, they met after DSP took fourth at Evo, and I think John was just kind of just happy for him, this, that, and the third, and I think he realized that DSP was a pretty lonely person because he was, and I think he just wanted to kind of just bring him in. Like he just wanted to kind of just be a friend to him, and DSP took advantage of it like everything else. On top of the fact that I think DSP wanted to be T so bad. And T dying. This is going to sound really dark when I say this. But I think in Phil's mind, T dying was the best thing that happened to DSP. Because T was a roadblock that DSP would have never been able to overcome. If T had lived and and continued his interest in the FGC, who knows how far that kid could have gone. Well, that automatically pushes DSP out because DSP can never compete with him. That's something well known. So, DSP running around saying people were hurting and this, that, and the third, I believe that. But the fact that he tried to, only a year or two ago, tried to include himself into that situation saying, if I had just driven him home, he could have been alive. Shut the fuck up. You didn't say that years ago. So why did you wait till years and years later to try to further insert yourself into that situation by saying T could have still been here if I had driven him home? Why did you wait all these years sitting on that shit to say that now? You know what I'm saying? It's just him furthering. It's him furthering his attempt to try to blanket to try to blanket or even foil over T and theoretically T's legacy. And it's disturbing. It just becomes like, this isn't from on some detractor shit. This is just like on a person shit. That's really disturbing to try to continue to use the dead like that to further whatever little weird little fetish thing that DSP has going. It's just really strange, I think.
Fen Cook in Portal says, the bank will send an appraiser.
An appraiser, yeah. That's. I'm probably not. Okay, so the bank sends the appraiser. Does the appraiser eventually reach out to an inspector? Or can an appraiser do both? I guess an appraiser could theoretically do, if they know what they're looking for. Or then maybe they'll just send an inspector out there anyway. That information goes to the appraiser, and then they work out all the details. It's something along those lines, I'm sure.
Oathkeeperox's 99 says, I agree, John was his first and only friend, and Leanna was the first relationship could get that wasn't because he had none and wasn't likely stalking girls online prior to her.
Agreed, and I do think Panda was his first in all fronts when it comes to females. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. And that's why he was so desperate to put her online. That's why he was so desperate to throw her in everybody's face. And I think that's the reason why he takes it so hard that she left and whatnot. Which, if you think about that, given Kat's desperation, it kind of makes sense why he put a ring on Kat. She was in a bad spot. Where was she going to go? He might as well put a ring on it. She wasn't going nowhere else. She didn't have any other prospects. Panda did. But Kat didn't. At least not at that time. So, I don't know. I still want to know if she still got that pistol.
Meth Bear says, when my parents got a refee years ago, they did a full inspection. Attic, outside, everything. Yeah, they did that with my grandparents' house. They went ahead and everything. I mean, that took them a couple of days. I thought it was going to be like a couple of hour situation. They were there for a few days when that shit happened. But I mean, they were thorough though too. And then it was a really old house. I mean, it looks great now. I mean, well, it looked great then, but it looks great now. But it's a really, really old house. Like, grandparents' house is super fucking old. Fen Cook in Portal says, not quite an inspection.
Okay, I feel that.
Ramses 675 says, 5-figure repairs.
Oh, it might even be more than that, to be honest with you. It might actually even be more. Well, I guess taking everything into account.
Excalibur 2010 says, wait. DSP showed water damage at his snort fort?
No, he didn't show the damage. He just spoke about it. And I'm mainly talking about the kitchen sink downstairs. I don't think he ever showed. Oh, maybe I should look. I might need to look. I don't think he ever showed that. I don't think it was ever on video, him showing all the mold and everything. I don't think he actually did that. I think he just spoke about it.
Some Gator says, Phil says he would not be such an ass during old Street Fighter days as it was a waste of precious time. But those actions lead to others leading to him finding his wife. So how honest is he about it?
That's a good question.
Auramaster DX says, don't they still have those drying mats?
I believe they do.
Anthony says, we all about the toilet and pour cooking oil down there and the showers that don't work. Greymorn says,
oh shit.
He showed the smoke detector is still detached when he was moving his camera around.
Yeah, I actually saw that. I want to get a screenshot of it, which he's insane for doing that. Because like if he ever has like a CO2 leak or some shit like that, dude, they're gonna fucking die in their sleep. Well, I mean, I guess it is what it is. That's how if he chooses to go out that way, that is what that is. I mean, all he probably has to do is change the battery, but clearly he wouldn't have a spare battery. So, I mean, I don't know. It's simple shit. But then we're talking about someone who doesn't even have a conventional set of everyday tools. You know what I'm saying? So, let alone he would know how to use them. So, make of that what you will.
Excalibur 2010 says, Andy Workski can barely stand Phil. He took more coke breaks than usual.
Like I said, it's just a means to an end. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just a means to an end. If anything, this whole DSP project is really more of a PPP thing more than it is with Andy. You know what I'm saying? Andy's just going to reap the rewards of it. But he's going to have to bleed a bit.
Meth Bear says. Phil said his dad would take him to the arcade in the 90s and would study for classes while Phil played. He improved himself to better support his family like a man should.
Agreed, but DSP don't know nothing about being a man, and he doesn't know about supporting a family. So those are two things that Dave has over Phil that Phil will never know nothing about, and even if he could do it, he wouldn't.
Oathkeeperox's 99 says. The condo has to be a complete mess and he don't take care about his adult home. I'll have my own place and it's going to be someplace I have to take care of.
Well, DSP doesn't have, and this is why I keep saying DSP don't have no pride. How do you not have pride in something that you see every day? You know what I'm saying? He doesn't leave his home. He's at home 6 days a week. How the fuck do you not have pride in your home? Inside or out? You know what I'm saying? When all the initial problems with that condo had, his parents took care of it. His parents flew across country to handle that situation for him. And he couldn't even do the upkeep, to be honest. And now, like I said, bathroom's all screwed up. Kitchen's fucked. Garage is screwed up. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? I mean, he had that water damage in the fucking in the attic for years. The idiot couldn't even figure out how to fucking untangle blinds in the bedroom, let alone anything else in the bedroom. Like, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. All his pride, air quotes, if he has any, and he doesn't, but let's say he does, it's all in that bedroom. It's all in his little office space. And even then, he don't take care of that shit. It's dusty, it's filthy, it's dirty. How many times have we heard just this year? He finds something that's on his TV stand, caked in dust and dirt and all that bullshit. And he didn't even know that was down there because he's so quick to buy something from Amazon when he needs it instead of looking for it. And what happened to the days where Cat used to come in there and clean his condo up? What happened to the days where after the ear infection or post-ear infection, when we would go in there and sterilize and clean all the bullshit? What happened to all that shit? Nothing. It was all lies. It was all stuff to try to keep the tractors off his back for a couple of weeks, and then he memory holed it just like everything else.
Almighty Gookie says. I think the first problem you run into Phil and Kate throwing veggies away is that you'd have to believe they eat vegetables. And I mean, look at them.
Agreed. That's actually a very good point.
Zachbell05 says. His incel manifesto. Alive and well in Israel says. Phil would be a serial killer if not for Street Fighter and video games.
I don't know if Phil has it in him to be a serial killer though. Because he's not creative, he's not cunning. He's not a sociable person. You know what I'm saying? He can compartmentalize, sure, but he's not a sociable he's not a really sociable person. You know what I'm saying? You got to be as a serial killer, even the antisocial ones can somewhat keep some type of facade in IRL. You know what I'm saying? While you're stalking victims, or even have the confidence to come up on one and grab them and throw them into the van, car, whatever. Phil doesn't have any of those things, let alone does he have any discipline, which is the thing that most serial killers have. He doesn't even have that. And I know most of you would say, well, doesn't Phil display some type of discipline because he gets up and comes to work every day? Work. Anyway, he gets up and comes to stream every day. He's got nothing else. He's legitimately got nothing else to him. With all of the time that he has, he's so quick to tell you that he has very little of it. But you know that's not true. And he legitimately doesn't do anything with it. He has no hobbies. He has no interest in anything. If it's not on Twitter, he's got nothing. If Twitter died tomorrow, he'd have nothing. Because he doesn't want to go to any websites and read anything, right? He doesn't really want to sit down and read an article at all, to be honest. He can barely stomach watching YouTube videos, even when he's paid to do it. So where else does he get his information from? He just doesn't have it.
Meth Bear says. Phil's veggies spoil because he washes and chops them immediately. I think he does it because he was taught to wash and chop veggies at the salad place, and that's what you do.
And you would think he would actually make salads and whatnot. Just pre-make a giant salad and put it in the goddamn fridge. You know what I mean? What the fuck is the point of chopping up tomatoes if you're not planning on using tomatoes that night? You know what I'm saying? I've never understood that. Or why are you buying a bag of tomatoes, for example? Or tomatoes, yeah. Why are you buying a bag of tomatoes and whatnot, and like a full head of lettuce if there's only two of you and you're only gonna have a sandwich today and tomorrow. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's wasteful by nature. It's really, really peculiar. And now that you brought that up about him being at the salad shop or whatever, have you guys gone back and watched his old spaghetti sauce video? Like, to see him chop an onion with a knife that small and not even chop them properly, it's like, was the onions like pre-chopped when they brought them to you? Which I wouldn't be surprised. And whatnot. Was everything just in a bag and you just poured them into containers? It makes me wonder. Because he clearly seems out of place in that kitchen. We should go over that one day. You'll see what I'm talking about. Out of touch, man.
Ramza675 says, Melissa touched him.
No, I don't think so. But I do think he developed an infatuation. I don't think she touched him. I don't think it's on some crazy shit like that. I'm not saying I'm not willing to go that far. I don't think it's all that. I do think he had like a weird obsession with it, or he developed one at least.
Alive and well in Israel says, Susan Wojak is dead.
Yeah, Susan passed away.
Robert Napier says, Golden Triangle Gaming Live. I know she may not have been popular, but even I was surprised when I heard Susan died.
Yeah, I was a bit taken off guard. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't shed tears or nothing. I was just like, oh wow, damn, she passed. I didn't even know she was sick. But then again, you know, if I had cancer or something, I wouldn't have told anybody that either. Like, you know what I'm saying? Shit. But yeah, I was really shocked when I heard about that the other day.
Athron82 says, and Susan's son died earlier this year.
Damn!
The family seems to be cursed.
I didn't even know that. R.I.P. to him. Jesus Christ.
Alive and well in Israel says, and nothing of value was lost.
Hurtful!
Fellow Tractor says, they were very nicely off, but couldn't compare to the uncle with the pool.
Nope. The uncle with the pool always trumped out.
Raiden's Blade 1 says, Srey gotta head out, GTG duty calls, will watch the rest later for sure.
Cool, man, thanks for coming by. Have a good day.
Anthony says, Susan Wojcicki died, August 9, 2024, age 56 year.
Damn, she was still... Got some spring in her step at that age. Jeez, 56, goddamn.
Paul J. Brazel Jr. says,
So, Paul.
Movie idea, Snortle Juice.
Snortle Juice.
Alive and well in Israel says, that registers.
Oh, shit.
Boslo says, he couldn't compete with Rambo, that's why he didn't get to go to SBO.
Oh, Rambo was definitely the better player between the two of them. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Like, you know what I'm saying? Rambo was the better player. For sure. Like, there's no getting around that.
Ramza675 says, DSP and T in that Boys in the Hood shooting.
Ricky! Oh, man, that's tough. That's respect for that, though. That's a good reference, but goddamn, son.
Playing with your beliefs says,
oh shit, what's up, Playing with your beliefs? I haven't seen you in a minute. Big ups.
Robert Napier says, let T rest, Phil. It's been 20 plus years.
He really needs to let that guy go, but he can't. He can't. Because like I said, if I could find the stream that he said it, I know I have it on another PC. But he literally said if T hadn't died, I would be one. He said that he would be the best super turbo player in the country, or at least one of the best. That's a fucking ridiculous thing to say. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's all the value that T summed up for you. Like I said, if you're not serving a purpose, man, you're in the way.
Boslo says, T died face down in a puddle of piss. Wooden Ox says,
Jesus Christ.
The appraiser does it all unless there are weird state-specific inspections needed like termite.
Alright, big ups on that, Wooden Ox.
Silent Weapon C8 says, Phil is the underbeggar, he loves Monetizing the dead.
Yeah, you do.
Almighty Gookie says, speaking of dark thoughts, did anybody see the new Karina Kaboom where he interviews Beck? Amberlyn Crazy Stalker confirmed.
Yeah, actually I did. That shit. That shit. And like I said, don't be wrong. Like, I understand like the situation with Becky, where like people look at her as an enabler and shit. But like the fact that if she had never quit her job, Amber wouldn't have been able to exercise the amount of control over her that she did. But that's a whole nother story for another day. But that's a good catch.
Excalibur 2010 says, Phil's warped ass probably thought he would get sympathy over letting T die. He thought people would say it wasn't your fault, Phil.
That's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking he's trying to fish for sympathy on that, and it's like, I mean, dude, he could have easily had been killed before then. Could have been easily killed the next day. Like, why would you insert yourself into that? And if you really held that much, like, if you were really holding on to that and you really felt that bad, why didn't you go to that man's funeral? Why didn't you ever go to that kid's grave? Never did either one of those things. So, whatever, semantics.
Wooden Ox says, the appraiser would note the water damage and mold, if seen, and then the bank would require a specialist, plumber or whatever, to investigate.
I see, it's coming together, chat, it's coming together.
David says, the whole T situation is really sus. I could have sworn years ago he talked about finding out about T's passing months after. Nowadays he implies a completely different story.
Was it really that? Did he really say it that long ago? I mean, not that. Like, months after the fact. Damn, I'm gonna have to dig deep for that. Let me make a notation of that, and let me do some research on it. To be honest with you, because I'd have to find out when T passed, and then find out when DSP spoke about it. Yeah. Big ups on that, David, because now that makes me want to go back and look at that timeline a little closer. Big ups.
Wooden Ox says, the problem is, you can hide things in an appraisal. Even a home inspection doesn't open the walls or check wiring. If it works as is, it is considered 100% fine.
Well, DSP is used to slipping through the cracks in life, so I wouldn't expect that to be any different, at least to some degree.
Cypher Coast says, I always theorized that he married Kat in order to qualify for the bankruptcy, since he made too much with no dependents. It moved very fast once he was married.
Nice theory. Nice theory.
Silent Weapon C8 says, Phil showed the water damage in his closet.
Yeah, he did. Been there for years, too. Jesus Christ.
Bing Chilling says, Phil's house will be condemned if it gets inspected by a reputable inspector. What would he be able to do then? Refinancing would be out of the question.
Sure, he'll call his parents to see if they can try to bail him out.
Paul J. Brazel Jr. says, I don't remember pictures or video of the kitchen. But I do remember him taking pee-is of his shower.
Right.
Anthony says, Phil doesn't know how to spell honest.
Yeah, his spelling is kind of off, but I mean, I don't know, most of our spelling's off. But I can't really down him on that.
Meth Bear says, Phil's debt was his alone. Marriage wouldn't have made a difference.
Now, him and Kat got married in... Kat showed up in February of 2018. They got married April of 2019. Yeah, that doesn't really cover... That really wouldn't cover all the pre-existing shit that he had. There's no way that he would be able to incur that much debt in that few of years of marriage. Because he literally filed for bankruptcy the year after that. Yeah, you know what? Actually, chat, I didn't think about it till right now. So, humor me for a minute. So, Panda walks out on his ass between April and May of 2017. He starts talking to Kat in June 1st, actually, of 2017 publicly. Remember that, chat. when next time you're in your favorite detractors chat or Discord or whatever the case may be, remember we only know that he started talking to Cat publicly on Twitter June 1st of 2017. Who knows how much earlier he was actually speaking to her before that? Remember that part, chat. So Panda walks out on his ass between April and May of 2017. He for the first time speaks publicly to Catherine June of 2017. She ends up showing up during the holidays of 2017. She moves in February of 2018. They end up getting married April of 2019, and then he files for bankruptcy in what, October? Like September of October of 2020? Someone will correct me if I got that timeline right, but I was just thinking about that.
Robert Napier says, Golden Triangle Gaming Live carbon monoxide is lethal. Phil should know that. Fire doesn't have to touch you directly to kill you.
Agreed. But you know Phil ain't thinking about that.
Silent Weapon C8 says, he also showed the mold under his kitchen sink in one of his blog videos.
Did he? Okay, I need to find that blog. Oh, that vlog. Yeah, I need to find it. I know he spoke about it, but I didn't remember if he actually showed it. Because if he did, then when SOK spoke about it and they brought that guy in who talked about it, a little bit, then they would have showed in the video.
Robotic Gentleman says, no lie, I woke up to my C.0.2 alarm going off. Called fire department who determined I had a bad gas leak. That thing saved my family.
Big ups. But Phil doesn't have a family though, so he's only worried about himself.
Some Gator says, movie literature idea, The Gout of the House of Usher.
Usher? I like that. I like that a lot.
Anthony says, a new James Bond movie, The Man with the Golden Snort.
The Man with the Golden Snort. I like that. And speaking of which, I was thinking, now that we're talking about movie stuff, like that new movie is it Romulus? Or Romulus? The new alien joint, right? If you think about it, DSP's probably not worried about CO2 killing him because he has his snort sacs. So he has extra oxygen locked in on that. So, you know what I'm saying? Where Jasper and Cat might not make it, he still has two other sacs that are holding on to oxygen for him, so he may still make it. He might actually make it through the night. That's dark, but it's a thing. Maybe.
Logan K says, he never has pride in anything. He did the day one unboxing if the Switch was wearing a dirty t-shirt in a dusty off.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
The man has no dignity or pride.
None whatsoever. Big up, Logan.
Silent Weapon C8 says, there's more vegetables in Phil's chat than in his fridge.
That's true. Good shit.
Alive and Well in Israel says, he's manipulative and he would target Downies.
Yeah, well, he's done a lot of that already. Waterbed
4000 says, movie idea, no Hogans for gout men.
No. Woo, that's a good one.
Auramaster DX says, even Manson was sociable.
Yeah, he was, actually. I had just finished reading an article talking about how he was with they thought he was allegedly a product of Pride, or not Pride, it's called Pi 2 or Pi 4. It's on some cult shit. But it was an interesting read though, to be honest with you. Supposedly there's a documentary out there that goes along with it. I'll watch it and I'll see what's what. If I think it's interesting, man, I'll present that shit to you guys one day and see what you guys think. It was an interesting write-up. It was basically like a government run program of supposed serial killers and fucking domestic terrorists, and it's a silly little thing, but it was kind of interesting for the time.
Robert Napier says, Golden Triangle Gaming Live Joseph D'Angelo was able to keep his crimes hidden for decades before familial DNA revealed him as the Golden State Killer.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's when they developed that whole new genealogy thing, and they end up catching him slipping on some bullshit. They still think they'll be able to find the what's dude's name? The Zodiac. They think they'll find the Zodiac killer that way too. I don't think so. I think we're just not going to find out who that cat is, but you never know.
Odrat255 says, Phil is too spineless to be a serial killer.
I agree. He comes across more like a cult leader than a serial killer.
David says, what do you think about Kot's office and do you think it's really cluttered?
I mean, I'm still of the theory that she sleeps in there, to be honest with you. But I also think that the cluttering that supposedly is in there, they turned it into a new storage room or whatever. I think it's just a fucking really convenient deflection to wave off the theories that she actually sleeps in there or she spends the majority of her time in there. And if she's not in there, and if it is just one big ass storage room, why does he need to close his office door all the time? What sense does that make? If she's always working, why do you need to close your office door every day? That doesn't make any sense. When she's home and whatnot, and Jasper's allowed to leave freely or whatever the case may be, he doesn't mind leaving his door open. It's not pissing his neighbors off. So what's the difference? Like, if you really look at the story, it don't make no sense. Like I said, I just think it's deflection. I think it's just deflection. I think she actually does sleep in there, to be honest with you. I think that he's full of shit, that his marriage is a scam and everybody knows it. I think he's big mad that people called it that she was heavy, that she did gain weight, which she did. If there was a kid involved, at least that would make some sense. But for her to just balloon up the way she did was make of that what you will. It's all deflection. It's all deflection. He's someone who cares so much about how people perceive him, positively or negatively, that he'll lie about anything and everything. And why not? I mean, look at Rich. So, Rich lies about just about every goddamn thing.
Alive and Well in Israel says, tomato flavored syrup.
Ew.
JWusso989 says, Phil and Kat know nothing about portion control. Ack.
That's funny.
Paul J. Brazel Jr. says, he was chopping that onion with a paring knife.
All right, you know what? Because now, all right, I know I was saying we're going to get to this video, and we will. But now I want to look at that sauce video. Give me a second. I want to look at that sauce video now. That was on, it's not called King of Hate Vlogs anymore, but I bet you if I type in King of Hate Vlogs, that's what's going to come up. Yup. King of Hate Vlogs. That's funny. Okay. So, King of Hate Vlogs.
I think we're going to be good now.
All right, there we go.
Is that really on his front page? It is. Got 36,000 people on that shit, too. Imagine that. Let's see here. Okay.
I think we're going to be good now.
Put that there. So, we're looking for... sauce video, I guess. There we go. Homemade sauce video. Tons of leftovers. Homemade sauce making meatballs. That's a trash fire in itself. First meal made of it. Oh man, I remember when Panda said that. Oh my god, chat. What do we want to watch first? Do we want to watch him burning meatballs? Do we want to watch him set up in the ingredients? Did he ever make a playlist? I'm surprised he never took this down for how ruthless people fucking mocked him over this shit. He never took none of this down. I'll give him at least that. All right, hold on a second.
Auramaster DX says, no diddy.
No diddy.
Some Gator says, more James Bond movies.
All right.
From Renton with Love, You Only Snort Twice, Begmans Are Forever, The Horse Who Loved Me, Kino Kani So Royale, Quantum of Crooked Mouth, Gout My.
Oh, that Quantum of Crooked Mouth got me. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Oh, I need to come up with a movie theme night. I'll pick a movie and whatnot, and then we'll do that. Like the Quantum of Crooked Mouth thing. Oh, that's so fire. That's so fire.
Paul J. Brazel Jr. says, which brings the question, does Phil not allow large knives in the house?
Well, that's a good question. Well, yet again, that leads to another question, Paul. Did he let Kat in the house with that pistol? Did he know that she had a pistol when she came in the house? I've got questions.
Bloser says. Her son overdosed, I believe.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Sorry about that, Susan.
Kookie217 says.
What's up, Goji?
I'm just in time for my snort bucks.
Indeed. Welcome.
Paul J. Brazel Jr. says. GTG sup.
What's up?
Frederick Dawson says. Do you believe that BS he said about Panda being a gold digger? Don't sound right. Panda was on the front lines when she didn't have to.
No, I don't think she's a gold digger, to be honest. I mean, obviously that was her best option at the time. But no, I don't think she was necessarily a gold digger. I think honestly she actually loved him, to be honest. Which leads to why they actually broke up. That's the question. And I'm telling you, time will prove me right that Kat's somewhere in the middle of that. I just don't know where. I don't know where she fits in that. And I think Proper, I'm almost there. Proper just said that my guess is there was overlap. That's what I've been thinking too. I've been thinking about that the last couple of years, but neither here nor there.
Aura Master DX says. It was either T or Scott.
He definitely was never going to have the respectability of Scott. T was the easier target. And T was close to Scott. Like, Scott was the one who brought T in. He was the one who was like, hey, I got this kid. He's incredibly talented. He could really go somewhere and he can put us on the map. And I think that's what DSP wanted. DSP wanted T's spot. He may not have wanted Scott, but he definitely wanted T's spot.
Alive and Well in Israel says. The Bridgeport Bumbler, the Rent Recluse. Serial killer names for my boy Dave.
That might actually make a good subject for a stream one day. I'll have you guys come up with some names for it. Kind of funny, actually. Let's see here.
Moth Loves Detracting says. DSP is all prep and not action.
Not at all.
Alive and Well in Israel says. Panda was 16. Meth Bear says. Cat's restraining order says they were probably dming in May 2017 at the earliest.
At the okay, that doesn't work to my specifications, because my theory is he was DMing her right around the time that him and Panda were having problems, which would have been in the first quarter of 2017. Earliest is May 2017. That's right. That would have been right around the time Panda left. So interesting. Big ups, Meth Bear, but damn, that opens up so many more questions. So many more questions. All right, Prop, you're up.
Agent Proper says. My guess is there was overlap.
Agreed.
Meth Bear says. Cat visited in the first week July 2017. They saw Spider-Man together.
Oh, you're right, because yeah, they did take a break. He did take his first break in... Okay, wait a second. Wait. Okay, wait. All right, so sticking to our timeline. So him and Cat, so he speaks to Cat for the first time on Twitter, June 1st of 2017. When was it that... I need two confirmations. When was the first time he took a vacation that year? Or time off, not a vacation, I'm sorry. When was it he took his first bit of time off in 2017? And damn it, what was the other thing I was just about to say? When was the War Dog leader situation? The War Dog situation was like in August, right? Of 2017? Because he had that blow up. Oh, I wish. Damn it! I wish. Mr. Huffstuff's original channel was up, because then he has it. And now I need to scroll down a little bit. So much stuff. Oh wow! There's some really great. There's some really great names. Really great titles here. Okay, we're gonna go through some of these. Here, let me work my way through this, and then we'll start getting into speculating. But let that float in some of your noodles for the time being. I will get to it.
Athron82 says. I think he showed the mold in one of his Instagram posts.
Okay, it's in yeah, it is in okay, the movie is Romulus.
Aura Master DX says. Romulus.
Yeah, okay, that is the movie. Alright, big ups.
Dueblankduvel says. I always thought he kept the mucus that he keeps snorting and throat clearing down his throat in his snort sacs as a form of concentrated toxic sludge. Alive and well in Israel says.
That's good.
Phoenix program Max V Sog shit.
Oh shit.
J244K says. The gout, the beg and the snout.
The gout, the beg and the snout.
Robert Napier says. Zodiac killer. Most likely dead.
Absolutely.
They might find his relatives but the man himself will be dead.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Alive and well in Israel says. Anyone following Lisk or Gilgo back killer. That case is really scary.
I'll take a look into it, actually. If you think it's interesting, I'll definitely catch it. I'll definitely at least look into it. Why not?
Anthony says. Does Phil still think Cat is a runway model?
I mean, BBW probably. That is a thing.
Ramza675 says. Thesaurus boy DSP sauce. Arizona Mod Gamer says. Do we have a realistic estimation of how much sugar DSP put in his stupid sauce?
I mean, Arizona, we can look it up right now. I'm about to, because in a minute I'm about to ask you which video you guys want to see. Because I've already got it pulled up, so we just merely need to choose a video, and then we can see which one it is. But I think it was definitely like a cup or two.
Paul J. Brazel Jr. says. 2 cups of sugar Arizona.
Yikes.
Almighty Gookie says. This is the most sexual meatball I've ever tasted.
Yeah, that was she was so silly. She was so silly. But I guess compared to his balls, I mean, whatever.
Paul J. Brazel Jr. says. You'll see when GTG plays it.
Yeah, I'll bring it up.
Silent Weapon C8 says. Burnt meatballs looking like
8 balls. Okay, so here we're gonna get into we got some movie titles here, so here we go.
JWusso989 says. Golden Beg. Excalibur 2010 says. Gout Finger. Silent Weapon C8 says. Phil's credit score is 007. Excalibur 2010 says. Begging never dies. Some Gator says. 004th Edivo. Kookie 217 says. I think DSP is the reason Kate is the way she is now. Phil made false promises to her, convinced her to leave Subaruman, and now she's a shadow of her former self.
She's definitely a shadow of her former self. I mean, she definitely overshadows her former self when you really think about it. But yeah, yet again, the chick was in a bad spot. She didn't have anywhere to go anyway, at least the way it's told to us. It is what it is. But she made choices, though. You know what I'm saying? I can't put it all on him because she didn't have to go with it completely. She stuck. She made choices. Were bad choices, but she made choices.
Neanderthal says. Pandalee loved Phil a lot.
Yes, she did.
Paul J. Brazel Jr. says. GTG, I don't think Phil even knows about the gun.
It's very possible she may still got that pistol, man. Because remember, she shipped the majority of her stuff to Phil before she moved in. So when she actually showed up, she only showed up with the clothes on her back. Because remember, the original story that was told to us was she had a job and she would just transfer from one job, the job she had there in Michigan, to the job in Seattle. But she didn't have any work clothes. She didn't have anything. Or he had to get her a phone. He had to get her everything. Literally started off from scratch. And all the belongings she had that shipped in advance. Makes you think.
Dwight Race says. Gout Wars Episode 1 A New Cope.
JWusso989
JWusso989 says. Panda outgrew Phil in every way, that's why I believe she left.
So that's a good way of looking at it.
Robert Napier says. I wonder if Phil would ever eat Jesse Ventura's fish tacos in the Baja.
Probably not.
Excalibur 2010 says. Episode 1 The Phlegm Menace. Excalibur 2010 says. Episode 2 Attack of the Clone Accounts. Cypher Coast says, Panda's first bite is the best part of these videos. Also serial killer name the Penny Strangler.
The Penny Strangler. Yeah, her first, like, you could tell she took that bite and she was immediately disappointed. Like, you could tell she was like, oh, that's my favorite part of that whole series, is when she took that first bite. Oh, she was so disappointed.
Neanderthal says, the Gouty Ghoul.
It was like she probably had that same feeling after their first night of sex with each other. He was probably like, really? That was it? That, if you really think about it, the evil AJ quote from when the first couple of times after he played DSP in Street Fighter and he said, I expected better, I'm pretty sure Panda thought the same way too.
Excalibur 2010 says, Episode 3 Revenge of the Filth. Jim Merrick says, I thought Panda was kinda hot. Just keeping it 100.
I appreciate you keeping it 100, man. Her attitude was shit. But, you know what I'm saying? I can see how she was definitely attractive, though. Or at least to some people, anyway.
Dwight Race says, Gout Wars Episode 2 Dentpier Strikes Cat.
That's hilarious. She definitely wasn't bad looking. I'll definitely say that. She wasn't bad looking. She just had a shitty attitude.
Excalibur 2010 says, Episode 4 A New Cope. Agent Proper says, I think Kat and Phil were in DMS around fake engagement ring.
Oh, around the engagement ring saga. Damn. That's early. Well, that's right around my timeline, actually, theoretically. I'm gonna store that in my noodle. I definitely want to know now. I want to definitely look at
says, Episode 7 The Gout Awakens. Alive and Well in Israel says, Happy Begmar. Alex Hankel Mailspin says, it's announced that June the King doc on DSP will be out this week or next week LOL.
This week or next week, really? That's soon, huh? The Rich video hasn't made it to 800,000 views yet, right? So I thought he'd at least wait till the Review Tech video made it to 1 million. All right, we'll see.
Excalibur 2010 says, Episode 5 DSP strokes it. Alive and Well in Israel says, Game of Groans. Greymorn says, movie idea, 2 DoorDashes for mom wife Catherine.
Wow.
Dwight Race says, Gout Wars Episode 3 Return of the Dentiti.
Jesus Christ.
Some Gator says, since we saw his messed up teeth, it makes me think that since the eyes, nose, and mouth are a connected system, that a problem with one feeds into another and he has nose and eye issues.
Probably. And so you seen how he's rubs his eyes, man? Like that shit, you could tell that shit bothers him.
Neanderthal says, she's more like a roll-away model. Silent Weapons 8 says, Kate ate that runway model. Robert Napier says, set up first, then the cooking.
All right, we can do that.
Alive and Well in Israel says, a detractor at the time recreated the sauce as per Phil's instructions and was mid about it.
Really? Okay. Wait a second. Was that the same guy who recreated Low Tier God's baked spaghetti recipe? Because I think he said, if it is the same guy, I think he said it wasn't that bad. The baked spaghetti thing.
Neanderthal says, GTG let's watch Pandalee's cooking food for DSP.
Oh yeah, I remember those things. I remember those videos. I can probably pull one of the 2 of those up. We can do that.
Agent Proper says, movie idea, being John Rambo's bitch. David says, if you're gonna watch DSP's sauce video, pay attention to the spices he uses. He used garlic and onion salt, not powder.
Did he really? All right. Well, we're almost done with we're almost caught up chat, and then we'll tap it.
Silent Weapon C8 says, Black Hawk down Kate's throat. Neanderthal says, but Phil opened and set up everything. Alive and Well in Israel says, Agent Proper, it even rhymes ha. Neanderthal says, GTG, if she does have a pistol, she needs a license for that state too.
True. That's true.
Vincenzo says, new movie, dude, where's my tips?
This one.
Some Gator says, movie idea, House of W, X.
Back.
Paul J. Brazel Jr. says, that would be crazy to see a live stream of Cat snapping and holding Phil at gunpoint in his office.
That would be nuts. That would be fucking nuts. Every detractor's restreaming that shit.
Silent Weapon C8 says, the Bundalorian.
Ooh, I like that. I like that.
Excalibur 2010 says, Episode 6, The Return of the Guy. Robert Napier says, Golden Triangle Gaming live stop or my mom. I mean my wife will shoot. JWusso989 says, Gout Wars Episode 3 Revenge of Tips. Jim Merrick says, True hero attitude was terrible. Jesse Green 619 says, hello all, has Cat every had it as well. Neanderus says, Meth Bear, but what scared me was how often she scratched down there.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the pizza video they did. Like it was like one of the local pizzerias or whatnot. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I remember Fred pointed that out.
Alive and well in Israel says, no, I don't follow LTG.
No, that's just me thinking out loud. Don't worry about it.
Jesse Green 619 says, Episode 6 Return of the Gout. Excalibur 2010 says, the Himalayan.
Good.
Razor Sharp says, there's gonna be a new album in the DS verse soon, Piggy and Mew Tupac. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, but I'm waiting for it to release. I'm waiting for it to drop.
Mr. Novius says, sup y'all. Busy applying RN.
So Mr. Novius.
Some Gator says, I would not be surprised if during one of his dumb closet cleanings he finds the gun and events play out.
Thank him. He still has a winner.
Theek Nightmask says, coming this summer, New York City.
Sorry, Wesley Snorts. Or Wesley Snouts. I like that, Wesley Snouts.
Jesse Green 619 says, movie House of Atkinson. Aura Master DX says, am I my brother's Wrangler? I
like that.
Alive and well in Israel says, Gaudisburg.
Okay, so big up chat. All right, so let's pick one of these sauce videos. So let's start with the first one. Let's start with the first one. For those of you who have not seen this nonsense. All right. Okay, so someone pointed out that he didn't use onion and garlic powder. He used garlic and onion salt. Okay, here we go.
All right, everyone, so this is it, the big day. Today I'm going to attempt to make a pot of my famous family recipe, handed down through the generations, Italian homemade sauce. Yes. And I have stuff out here that belong out here. Trying to clean up the countertops a little bit, so I have as much room as possible. I'm surrounded by ingredients. I really am. I'm surrounded by different things that we're going to be using to make the sauce, including a giant pot, various herbs and spices.
Well, I'll be damned. Yeah. Onion salt, garlic salt, red pepper. Jesus Christ, Phil. Oh boy, that explains a lot.
Different spoons and such. And of course over here, all kinds of ingredients that we're going to use to whip up not only sauce, but some homemade meatballs as well. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically prepare some of the ingredients that you need to get and toss into this pot in order to get a base, which basically the goal is going to be to coat the bottom of the pot with certain ingredients before you start actually adding the vegetable components that are going to be the meat of your sauce, so to speak. Okay, so I actually have right here, this is a notebook that is over a decade old. It's a notebook that back when I was moving out of my parents' house.
Sorry, let me see if I can try to bring you guys in for that. Let's see what this chicken scratch looks like.
Okay, so I actually have right here, this is a notebook that is over a decade old.
Okay, I mean, this is terrible handwriting. Not even chicken scratch, just pig scratch. Like this is bad. I can make some of this out though, but this is rough. This is pretty rough. I gotta admit. I gotta admit, this is pretty terrible.
It's a notebook that back when I was moving out of my parents' house for the very first time, I believe it was like 2004, that I wrote down the actual recipe on how to make the homemade Italian sauce. Now obviously I'm not going to show you the whole recipe, and the goal of this video, or these videos, because there is definitely going to be several videos, is not to show you step by step how to make it, because let's face it, cooking is not exactly an exact science.
Which means that you wrote the recipe down by memory. You didn't actually have like your mother write it down, or she wasn't at the table, or she wasn't on the phone when you initially got the recipe from her. You basically winged it. That makes a lot of sense.
Even though there may be a recipe, everyone's going to turn a recipe into their own creation, dependent on their own personal tastes and how things turn out. In this particular case, I am going to add a couple elements to the sauce that is not in this recipe. And in fact, I remember the last time that I made the recipe, there were one or two things that I didn't like about it that I'm going to try to adjust on the fly today as I make the sauce. So the way that it works is that you basically prep everything. You're going to have to get chopped veggies, chopped salt pork, all different things, toss it into the pot, get the pot base going. Then as that's going, then you make the meat in this mixing bowl to make.
See, here's my thing, and this right here goes back to something I told you guys on the last stream. He would rather talk for hours on end than actually do anything, right? Why the fuck didn't you just have Panda do all the actual work and you just basically talk while she does it? Just like give her the instructions. Because I gotta tell you, this whole swaying back and forth shit is getting annoying as fuck. Or at least have her hold the camera. Like, this is bad. Like, and I've watched this video plenty of times. Plenty of fucking times, but I'm engrossed. I am annoyed to no end when it's swaying. Fucking A, bro.
The meatballs. You set the meatballs aside.
And then, now that I think about it, so you get fresh groceries, or produce, I should say. At least he tells us that. He gets fresh produce each and every week, but yet we're using all canned food here. So how come Cat can get the fresh produce, but Panda got the canned shit? Oh, man.
And then we're actually going to, let's right, ladies and gentlemen.
And you couldn't even get real parm? You had to get the sawdust shit?
Go, and then you make the meat in this
yeah, like, what is that?
mixing bowl to make the meatballs. You set the meatballs aside, and
yeah, like, sorry, I know it's blurry shit. But why couldn't you get, like, real Parmesan, right? Like, why couldn't you get the real shit? Like, the shit that they actually cut off the brick of cheese. Why are you getting us the sawdust shit? And don't be wrong, the sawdust shit is convenient and whatever. Sorry, my Italian friends call this shit sawdust. But, like, I mean, it's good, it's convenient, but why couldn't you get the real shit? Just saying.
Then we're actually going to, let's right, ladies and gentlemen, hand grate tomatoes. That's how you really make sauce. You don't buy the shit from the store, right? Most people say, oh, I'm gonna make sauce, and then they just, they bake some tomato paste or whatever, and they'll toss a few.
And now that I think about it too, chat, we were just talking about how Cat made choices, right? We agree on this 100%, right? How come Panda never fattened up or plumped up? Let's say that. Well, why didn't, like, Panda never plumpened up? I mean, yeah, she gained a little bit of weight, but nothing crazy. But, like, but Kat actually plumpened up. So like, was she like panic eating? Was she cope eating? Like, what was going on in that house? Like, what the hell did the snort fort do to her and shit? Like, that's starting to give, this shit's starting to turn into like the Gouty Shining and shit. Like, did she see shit in that house, man? Did she hear voices or something? I'm just asking. Just asking.
Few herbs and spices into it. That's not sauce. You need to hand grate the tomatoes in order for it to be real and genuine. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. And then, of course, adding all that to the pot. And then it basically, once you have your sauce together and you've added the meat to the sauce in the pot needs to simmer all day long. It is a 4 to 4.5 hour long process. And, you know, a lot of people don't have the patience.
I just caught that. Someone said, I see dead people. I'm like, what the hell did she see in that house? What was it that freaked her out?
Patience for it. 4 to 4.5 hours of, you know, cooking versus going out and buying it in a can or whatever, making a cheaper alternative, like I said, without the real tomatoes or whatever. And no, that's how you...
And here's my thing. You had enough confidence with Panda to go through, show your entire house, show the coffee maker, show all this bullshit. What the hell is in that house now that's got you so scared that you can't show us anything? Now, here's the thing about the kitchen. If he's telling the truth about the floors, right? Like, if the floors are really... Let me see if I can show you, bring it back for you guys. Where are we at in this? 340. Let's see here. If he's telling the truth about the floors, and they're really jacked up, let's go here. Like, how bad is his floors lifted? You know what I'm saying? Or like, what kind of breach? And where is that breach at to where you guys can't wear socks or anything? Like, where is the splintering in the wood coming from? Like, I just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it really makes you think.
Different spoons and such. And of course, over here...
And then, like you said, then as you guys saw, let me jump back to where we were at. He has mats, like, all over that kitchen. So it's like, what are you guys walking on that you guys can't, like, wear? You guys have to wear socks and or shoes. Like, I think they said they have to wear shoes while they're walking in that kitchen. Like, how bad is it in there? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how bad is the floor really coming up to where it's become this bad of a situation?
No, that's how you really do it. And it's funny because what I've actually done is I've spaced out today so that I'm going to be doing something for work where every maybe 20 to 30 minutes I could take a break, come down here and stir the pot, because that's what you need to do as it simmers all day. You come down here every 20, 30 minutes, open it up, take a wooden spoon, stir it up, taste it. How does it taste? Does it need anything added? Does it taste too salty? Does it taste too, you know, too much of one thing or another? Adjust it on the fly, add some components as you cook.
Okay, we get the basis of it. Let's actually get to when he's actually like chopping shit up and whatever. Let's go ahead. We get the silliness of all this and whatnot, and his lack of culinary skill. That's already understood. Let's get to the next part of this. Let's see, we've got making the meatballs. We have the first subs. We have the sauce with the final ingredients. Let's go to this one. Oh, it's already not disappointing. Okay. Bam. All right. He is already not disappointing. Okay. All right, Philip.
No Italian music. I can't really do the stereotyped Italian music. There you go.
Probably would have been nice if we could actually cut the onion in half.
The process of making the sauce, my sweetie has chopped all the garlic and started with the onion. And we have put some yummy, delicious salt pork in this pot. Once it starts coating it, then we add the garlic and all the goodness.
Did you not heat up the... Wait. Did you not heat the pot up first before you added that? Did you really pull that into a cold pot?
Further along the process of making the sauce, my sweetie has chopped all the garlic and started with the onion. And we have put some yummy, delicious salt pork in this pot.
Okay, but like, we didn't heat the pot up yet. I mean, it says right there that the surface is hot. It says red, but it's clearly... all right. Maybe I'm just nitpicking. Fuck it, that's what I do. Like, we're just throwing it into a cold pot to start the game off with? Come on, man. It's just gonna end up... Oh, man. All right.
Once it starts coating it, then we add the garlic and all the goodness. It's very, very eye-watering in here.
It's about to be, because now I'm cutting the onion, and you're gonna really start to be affected.
Okay. At a time when The Sopranos was like super popular and shit, where cooking shows were on most major channels or whatever, we can't even cut onions properly. So this goes back to what was said earlier on. Yeah, exactly. Where's the sizzle at? Like, we go back to early on, right? Where he worked at a salad shop, right? So, you know, theoretically, he knows how to clean vegetables and he would at least know how to chop them. But looking at this here, like, that's not the case. I am disappointed to no end.
In the eyes, trust me. I used to be bad. Like, when I used to work in the food services industry, all through high school and even into college, and I used to do all this stuff with food, onions always got me.
The trick is, by the way, is to take your your onion and put it in the freezer slightly and whatnot. Not till it freezes, but just long enough, and then pull it out and cut it, and it actually neutralizes it. But it's a nifty little trick.
No matter what. And my boss used to come to the back, and he used to say, "Phil, it's okay. You don't have to cry. Tell me about what's going on." I'd be like, "You dick, I'm cutting onions. What do you think's going on?" He'd say, "Phil, if you could, please don't bring your personal problems to work." He'd be a real dick about it. He was just, he was joking, and I had thick skin, so I laughed too. But
that's funny.
So yeah, we are preparing.
Crying like a bitch.
We are preparing many ingredients.
She almost piqued my interest. Go ahead. What would you say again? Say it one more time for me, Panda. One more time.
He was joking, and I had thick skin, so I laughed too. But
sure you did.
That's funny.
So yeah, we are preparing.
Crying like a bitch.
Yeah, that's gonna be a soundbite. I'm gonna have to grab that. I like that. Yeah, I like how she said that. I like the confidence that she had in that. Cry like a bitch. I like that. Well done, Panda. Well done.
Preparing many ingredients right now.
Oh God, it's hitting me. Oh God.
Many ingredients for the sauce. Actually, the onion, I believe, is actually for the meatballs.
Ooh, meatballs.
The handmade meatballs that we're gonna make.
I've never had a handmade meatball before.
Really?
I'm not Italian, remember?
What does that mean?
Onion.
What does, see, she says the same thing at the end of this. I'm spoiling it, but she says the exact same shit at the end of this, where she's like, "Yeah, I've never had a meatball sub before," and he's like, "Really? You've never had a meatball sub before?" He's like, "I'm not Italian, remember?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, I guess." The fuck? What does that mean? She's never been to a sub shop before. Her parents have never made spaghetti and meatballs. What? Like, where's the logic in this shit?
Potatoes.
Handmade potatoes?
Yes, handmade potatoes. And more potatoes.
There we go. So there's our minced.
Got that garlic.
Onion.
And that onion.
Move that to the side.
Oh, it's the worst onion cutting
Let's
ever.
see how our salt pork is doing. It's just starting to warm up, so it hasn't done anything yet. I'm actually going to turn up the heat a little more.
Oh no, maybe you should have pre-fucking heated the pot. And then, once it hits the temperature that you need where heat's coming off it, then you throw the bacon cubes in. The fuck is wrong with you? Oh. See, this is why your food tastes terrible, Phil. This is why you order out all the time, because Linda didn't take the time to teach your ass how to cook, or you just didn't take the time to retain the information. I don't know what, but Jesus Christ.
To get it initially warm. We need that salt pork to coat the bottom of the pot.
And not even a little bit of olive oil at the bottom, even some butter. Yeah, don't be wrong, there's going to be plenty of fat and whatnot that's going to come up off the pork cubes anyway, but God, at least a little bit of olive oil. Some whatever.
We can start adding other ingredients to start our base for the sauce.
Delicious sauce.
But right now, since we're waiting for like I used to, when I used to work in the food services industry, all through high school and even into college. Ingredients to start our base for the sauce.
Delicious sauce.
But right now, since we're waiting for that, which is perfect because you're supposed to wait for that, we're going to start making the meatballs. Which means we're going to get our chopped meat and or ground beef, which is like I used to, when I used to work in the food services industry.
Jesus Christ, sorry about that. I just keep skipping along. That's my fault though. Let's jump ahead a little bit.
Open, at least from my experience.
Scissors, maybe? I don't know. Knife's not going to do it.
Wait.
Scissors, maybe?
Yeah, this one we can't figure out how to open the package of meat.
Two beef.
Yeah, I need to figure out how to easily get these open because I've never...
There's no way to easily get them open, at least from my experience.
Scissors, maybe? I don't know. Knife's not going to do it. I have to sterilize the scissors afterwards. Yep.
Now, did they just not sell like regular ground beef? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like on like a little tray that you can usually get from the meat department? Was this the cheaper alternative? Were you looking for a certain type of, like, were you looking for like 60-40? Like, was there something that you didn't see that the meat department didn't have, so you decided to go with the packs? I'm just curious. I just want to know.
Tube meat. They really got to come up with more appealing packaging.
Well,
it just looks...
Normally I would get the one that's in the styrofoam with the plastic, but they didn't have it.
Yeah, we were limited.
We were limited in our selections of the proper ratio of meat to fat. When you're actually making handmade meatballs, you actually need fatty meat. Because if you get one that's lean, you may think, oh, it's healthy. Yeah, but guess what? Your meatballs are going to turn rock hard. And that's not what you want. You want soft, tender meatballs, not rock hard meat.
My grandmother tried making meatballs once. It was the worst thing I had ever tasted in my life.
So how much meat does the recipe call for? Turn the page. 1.5 ounces. I'm sorry, 1.5 pounds, and this is, hold on, 16, so I'm only going to use half of this.
So are you going to throw away the other half like you did with the fucking taco meat from that one time? Like, what the fuck? like, what are we doing? Like, did he learn his lesson? Do you guys, maybe you guys don't know what I'm talking about, but if you go to back when they were in Connecticut, or when he was in Connecticut, he has this infamous taco night video where he tries to make homemade tacos. And this idiot throws away like a quarter, it must have been like a quarter of a pound of meat. It may have been more than that, but he could have easily have just wrapped that up and put it in the refrigerator, could have freezed it, could have done a bunch of things. Just tossed it. He used what he could and just tossed it. He could have even just thrown it all in, cooked it, and just saved the leftovers and put it in a container and put it in the refrigerator for later or something. Just an absolute wasteful piece of shit, dude. Like, absolute no value for anything.
Okay. Oh, wow, let me rinse off my hand quick.
Oh, my sweetie was all upset that he was worried he couldn't get his cento tomatoes. We had to go, we usually go to Fred Meyer for our groceries, and we got most of the stuff except for the salt pork and I think one or two other things. But then we went to Safeway and they had everything we needed, including my sweetie's cento tomato.
So wait, you went to two different places to go ahead and get those tomatoes, but you couldn't find the type of meat that you needed on the styrofoam? Like, make sense. Come on, dude, this whole story sounds like silly shit.
You need Italian tomato. Oh,
is our product?
Take a listen, honey.
Ooh.
We got it finally. It's hitting the right temperature.
You know what it kind of looks like? Kind of looks like little ham cubes.
So what we're going to want to do,
only it's fat.
As you can see, look at the fat coming off of it. See that? Starting to coat the pot.
Ooh.
You want to move it around So the bottom is completely coated. It's not yet, as you can see, probably another minute or two, and enough that fat will start to reduce in there and start coating. So not yet.
Let me say something, chat. So, as you know, the current narrative is, yeah, this is literally special ed cooking. I know that the narrative going around right now is that, oh, Phil's bad, Phil's a jerk, Phil's an asshole, but there are people out there much worse, whatever. I get that. I'm sure we all reasonably get that. We all reasonably get that. But unless you really, like, understand the lore, or unless you've been around and actually seen him go through and do the dumb shit and say the dumb shit or whatever the case may be, it doesn't change anything. Like, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't change anything at all. And this was the narrative that Josh on the Farms was trying to push, where, hey, go to another lolcow and find something funny and bring that to me. Why? Because all I'm going to do is go back to my fucking DSP shit regardless. Like, what's the point of me doing that? On top of that, most of the people that were in that thread were cross-pollinating with other lolcows on some other shit anyway. So Josh would have just had a bunch of people coming to him to tell him the same shit over and over again. So what would have been the point in that? And that's the thing. The narrative that the Kino Casino are trying to push is DSP's milquetoast, he's boring, he's this, that, and the third. There's other far more interesting or terrible or whatever lolcows out there. Why does DSP get all of this focus? Well, like anything else, why would I go ahead and listen to, I don't know, why would I listen to Man at the Internet? Why would I listen to Kino Casino? Why would I listen to any of the many shows within the sector or that speaks about the sector when there's far more interesting stuff in other communities? People like what they like. So just because you don't understand why this person captures all these people's interest doesn't mean that that's a bad thing, right? Like, and people shouldn't have to be forced to change their way of thinking or their ideas because you don't understand it. And at least with PPP, he's trying to capitalize off it and make money off it. You can give the casino that much. But when you look at what Josh was trying to do, what was exactly your end game? Like, Josh can't afford for the DSP thread to die out. That's not going to work to his favor. And most of the other people, and yet again, most of the people in that thread are cross-pollinated to other communities anyway. So what was the point of that initial purge? The people who were causing the problems were the people that were coming up there looking for ass pats by doing silly shit. That's not the core people that were on the thread. That wasn't their fault. You can't put that on them. So, what exactly is the thought process of? Because looking at this, you could tell this shit is like, if you're someone new to DSP, you're like, okay, you got two people acting extremely highly regarded and whatnot and can't cook a lick. What's the interest in this? But unless you're already invested in this, it wouldn't matter. Like, I don't expect it to matter to you. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're willing to sit down and hear all the backstory that goes along with it. I don't know. It's something that got me thinking.
Yeah, not to get any spices.
Alright, so there's another half thing of meat I gotta take out here. It's too tight that side, this side, I guess. Alright, so half would be about there, right?
Mm-hmm. About, give or take. Ew.
Meat.
Yeah, the one thing Panda wasn't getting. Alright, let's go ahead and skip on to our next video. Jesus Christ. Skip to our next video. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Dents actually thought this shit was entertaining back in the day. God damn, son. Okay. Where's our next? Making meatballs? I guess that's all right. I guess that's what our next foray is. Jesus Christ, Phil.
We're mixing up our meatball concoction here, okay? Looks like, unfortunately, we may have put a little bit too much of something because it looks a little dry. I think maybe the recipe thought that the eggs would be a little bit bigger. So I may have to add in one additional egg here because they are...
Well, one, the onions are... One, you probably should have broke up the meat a little bit more before you threw the onions in. Two, the onion pieces are too big. Three, you wrote the recipe. So don't blame it on the recipe for something that you wrote down for something you fucked up. Third, my next critique, didn't you say you were gonna wing this and adjust it since the last time you made it? So I like how he tried to blame the recipe that he wrote. He tried to blame it. Like he wasn't responsible. Like fucking amazing. Literally fucking amazing.
Are looking a little dry. But this is onion, the ground beef, Italian breadcrumbs, Parmesan and grated Romano cheese, and
deliciousness.
Some eggs, maybe one or two other things. Yeah, you know what, honey? We need one more egg. We do.
Why aren't you mixing this with your hands? You're wearing gloves. That's like the whole point of cooking. You're literally supposed to mix it all with your hands. You know what I'm saying? It'll come together a lot better that way. I don't know. It's it's hard to explain to someone who doesn't cook how to cook, I guess. Like, you're wearing gloves for this very reason. You're gonna already form the meatballs, so you might as well get your hands in there and actually mix it all together.
This is too dry.
Close this up.
Okay. There's that $200 trash can.
Now let's check back on that salt pork. Smells really good.
Looks way different too. Once it starts to actually simmer and coat the pan, you can see, or coat the pot. That's exactly what it's supposed to look like. We just gotta be careful we don't want it to burn. That's why we reduce the heat so much to low. Okay. So we got our extra egg. This should definitely make it a better mixture now.
Yes, I have never made homemade meatballs before. Yeah, my grandmother did not know how to make meatballs. She tried one time. That was like the worst experience of my life. I will never forget how horrible it was. I don't think anyone in my family like even had the gall to take a second bite. It was horrible.
All right, so this is almost ready to start forming the ball.
I want you to remember this moment, chat, when we get to when she takes that first bite of that meatball sub.
Balls.
There you go.
Just trying to make sure that it's evenly distributed, that egg. I don't want...
Yeah, no raw egg in the meatballs. That is very bad.
Alright, good. Okay, so... I'm going to put my hands in it anyway, so I might as well do that. You need to roll the balls in your hand. Size is completely up to you. Okay.
Do you like them super big, small, medium?
I don't like huge meatballs.
Me neither.
I think if you make huge ones, they don't cook through as well. Make it a little bit more of a raw center. And also, for making, for example, the subs, the Italian sandwiches that we're going to make later today.
And the thing is, though, too, right? This is one of the things early on that told me that this dude wasn't Italian. Is the emphasis that he put it on being Italian. Like, I have a lot of friends that are Italian, and they're prideful as hell. You know what I'm saying? But they never, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like that. It's not so petty to where they'll be like, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? I'm Italian, my Italian heritage. This, that. Like, when you see them, right? When you talk to them, they're clearly Italian. When you walk into their homes, they're clearly Italian. When you meet their friends and their family, they're clearly Italian. But they don't have to throw it in your face like this, right? And most of my friends, they have these like really like decorative, like Italian tattoos and shit. Those shits are fire looking, dude. For real, for real. But they never had to fling it in your face that I'm Italian. That's all he does. And the fact when you find out later that he's not really Italian, he's Polish, mixed with a couple other things, it makes sense. He wanted to identify with probably those who were around him at the time, which is Italians, which is weird because supposedly his neighborhood is really far more Polish. So what's the issue, Phil? Like, what's the problem? I don't know. That's one of those crazy little things, I guess.
Today, we want them to be small enough so that they fit on the bread. So maybe even a little smaller than that.
That's a good size, though. Yeah, I don't like giant meatballs. I've been to a few places where they make them huge, and it's ugh. Don't like them that size. Then again.
Okay, so she can't handle a lot in her mouth. That's unfortunate. I mean, at least Kat is willing to take it to the dome.
And I'm not much of a meatball person myself. But that's blasphemy to you.
Well, here we go. This is working out well.
Let's check back on that salt pork. Is that a quick?
Alright, so let's move let's move on to the next part. This is really bad watching it watching it again. Jesus Christ, Phil. Like, this is, I mean, it only has 16,000 views and it's been how many years? 10 years? It's been a decade? Oh, Phil, you're really lighting the world on fire with this. Okay, what's the next one? Alright, let's go to the homemade Italian sauce part, cooking the meatballs, or burning them, I should say. Let's go to that. Let's go to that. Oh my god, Phil. Jesus Christ. This is what happens when you put like half of your fucking life on the goddamn internet.
Ooh.
So now we're adding our meatballs to the pot because the pot has been prepped properly.
With the salt pork and garlic base.
And what'd you do with all that? Did you throw it away? I hope you didn't. Oh, Phil, I hope you didn't throw it away.
We may have just enough room for the amount of meatballs that we made, too.
Nice.
I hope you didn't throw that away.
So what you do, you toss them in. We already increased the heat because we want them to cook through. And which we're.
I mean, if you want to, as it pertains to the chemistry, like this daddy-daughter thing that's really what it is. It's like a daddy-daughter. Like it's not like an actual couple. You know what I'm saying? It's really someone that's incredibly submissive to someone who believes they're in control of the situation. That's really that's how their whole relationship came across, to be honest with you. That's why I think at the end of the relationship, it was so impactful. When she was really like standing up for herself. She's always taking shots at him, but like when she threw shots at him towards the end and at the end, she meant it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't banter. It wasn't just all jokes and everything. Like, she really meant the hits that she threw at him. And you could tell he wasn't used to that. And I think it was far more impactful because he didn't know how to deal with it.
What we're going to do is for about 20 to 25 minutes. So if you could set that timer to 20 minutes, honey. There we go. You gotta let these cook in here, okay? And what you do, now I'm actually done. I don't need this stuff anymore. Take this off and actually use my hands. Is we are going to rotate the meatballs with tongs, okay? Yep. As they cook, to make sure that they're golden brown. When these are done, you don't want them to look pink at all. You want them to look golden brown.
Because if they're pink, they're raw.
That's right. You also don't want them to look dark brown. That means you overcooked them.
Oh, I think that's what happened with my grandmother, because they were dark.
So what you're going to do here is you just literally cook these for, like I said, the 20 minutes to 25, depending. You know, all depends on your heat and whatever. This is on medium-high, so it looks like it's cooking quickly. Once they're done, then you're going to make your sauce. So we actually have 20 minutes of cook time here before we can actually make the sauce. And the sauce is actually made in the pot You don't make it outside and toss it in to cook. No, it's all made fresh in the pot, right over the stove.
So you take the meatballs out and you put the sauce stuff in.
Yes.
So it's basically like a mostly one pot thing.
Oh my gosh.
Jiggly.
So what we need to do is figure out what can we put the meatballs in when they're done.
Well, one, it should probably go on a plate. Two, 20 minutes is far too long. Should probably give them 5 to 7 minutes per side, theoretically. Because like I said, it's going to finish in the sauce anyway. So to bring the internal temperature. Whatever. What am I doing? I'm sitting here smacking the fuck out of him, smacking her ass and shit, trying to coach him. We're already way past coaching.
You could put them in a bowl or on a plate.
Bowl, we have the other big bowl we bought, right?
Mm-hmm.
Plate. That plate's big enough.
The large plate might be. You might have to stack like 2 or 3 of them, but... Oh, they are sizzling.
I'm going to rotate them in a second.
Mm-hmm.
I line this plate.
Yep, line the plate so it can catch any grease and fat.
You know, now that I think about it, chat, like, when I think about Panda's purpose, right? Or his purpose of being with a younger woman anyway. I think, one, it made him feel like it made him feel young. 2, he's able to control a younger person who don't know no better. At least at times. But I also think this is like playing house type shit. Like when you really think about this. This is really like some playing house type dumb shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? This isn't, yet again, it's not a relationship per se, or at least he's not treating it as such. It's just like some weird daddy-daughter type thing. But it's a space for him to feel like an adult without necessarily being an adult. He can kind of play the narrative any way he sees fit, and for the most part, she's just going to go with it. And that's kind of all she really did. And then when she got a job, which was kind of the fatal flaw in his plan, and she saw what it was like to be around other people and like to see how the actual world worked outside of the snort fort, you know, no longer under the pignosis. It's actually rather poetic that their relationship fell apart, if you really think about it. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, he was LARPing as an adult. And she was LARPing as, like, the housewife and shit. It's really kind of telling when you think about it, seeing it, obviously, in hindsight. It's really fascinating, I gotta say. And yet, in some ways, I'm even more happy that she was able to get out. Because this type of delusion here leads into, like, what, like, King Cobra and fucking Naked and Laughing, or whatever the fuck her name is, it leads into that silly shit. Where you have such a disconnect with reality, right? That you're just moving along and shit. And you don't really care about what's going on in the outside world, because if you get into trouble, someone's going to fix it for you. That's essentially Josh's whole situation. No matter how bad things get, Clint's going to come in and fix it. You know what I mean? Like, Josh doesn't know what it's like to be on his own. He can tell you, like, he's got this crazy rock star type lifestyle. He's in his trailer and shit. He's drinking. He's on the internet living his best life and shit. But realistically, the guy's an alcoholic. He's miserable as shit. He's probably a drug addict too. And he's in pain constantly. Hence the reason why he has all the drinking and shit. It's really, really telling. Just seeing like, if you look at both sides, or if you look at both sides of lolcowism, right? Like, DSP is not necessarily on the high end, but he certainly has it better than Cobra. And if, for most people, Cobra's damn near at the bottom. He's not at the bottom, clearly, because he has Clint, but he's not far off. He's not too far from the mark. So it's an interesting way of looking at it.
Because you don't want to eat all that, because ew.
Meatballs aren't the same size either. I'm not sure if all you guys caught that. Like, maybe it's just a camera angle, but yeah, this clearly not universally the same size.
Let's rotate them. See that? They're cooking.
Ooh. Yes, they are.
They are cooking. Of course, you gotta be incredibly careful because you do not want to destroy the shape of your meatball when you're doing it.
Yeah, because if you put too much force,
yep,
you squish it. It's still in Play-Doh state.
Right, it's not.
Well, one, you don't need. He didn't need to put it in a big ass pot like that. Two, my mother and my grandmother used to just use 2 spoons. But whatever, everybody does it different.
Hard yet. It takes a while to solidify.
Well, it's solid now, but it's in a pliable state.
And picking it up and dropping it like that, I don't know what dent retard shit is that. Chat, do you see what I'm seeing?
Hard yet. It takes a while to solidify.
Well, it's solid.
Pick up and what? We snatch, pick up, twist, and then just drop? Like, like, what is this? Phil, this isn't one of those fucking claw games at your local arcade, man.
Solid now, but it's in a pliable state.
See the technique?
You can't tell me that's not dent behavior. You can't tell me that's not dent behavior.
I'm using?
Mm-hmm.
Very gently lift and then release. It'll naturally roll into a new position.
Mm-hmm.
That one did not do it.
No.
There we go.
No. Did she just goat laugh?
I'm using?
Mm-hmm.
Very gently lift and then release. It'll naturally roll into a new position.
Mm-hmm.
That one did not do it.
No.
There we go.
She did goat laugh. One more time, chat.
Mm-hmm.
Very gently lift and then release. It'll naturally roll into a new position.
Mm-hmm.
That one did not do it.
No.
There we go.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. DSP is like a religion. Like, he borrows bits and pieces of other shit and tries to make it his own. He stole her laugh. He stole John and Howard's shit. He just steals from everybody. He just steals everybody's little quirks and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yummy.
So I'm doing this with every meatball.
I cannot wait to try these meatballs and this sauce, because I have never had either of them from you before. I had to wait. My sweetie had to make sure that I was gonna stick around long enough, and that I would not just take his recipe and run off.
So as they cook, they will solidify more, and that's what you want.
Mm-hmm. They'll get that outer crust. That's
Oh my Christ! Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Oh, look at that. Lord have mercy. They weren't great before he decided to move them around or whatever, or his dent pick up and drop or whatever you want to call it. But this is, you literally ruined those things. That's fantastic. And then chat, why didn't he just, I understand they're lazy and no one wants to wash dishes or whatever, but they literally could have just cooked that in a pan separately. It would have been easier. And they wouldn't have need to put it in a bowl or anything, because once they're done, take this shit off the heat, put a cover on it, and that's it. Whatever. It is what it is.
it's needed to hold them together.
Golden brown crust is what you're looking for in a good meatball.
Some of the onions came out, but that's okay.
That's all right, because you're gonna. The thing is, it's fine as long as it's in the pot, because all that flavor from the
Yeah, the onion's still gonna go into it.
Pot, it'll go right into the meatball.
Mm-hmm. It'll still add its delicious.
I'm really thinking, too, they threw away all that pork and garlic. I think they threw all that shit away, which is stupid. That literally could have gone right into the sauce. Unless I'm missing something. But, I mean, he put far too much garlic in there anyway, but it's
delicious flavor.
Mm-hmm.
So we got another about 15 minutes.
About 15 minutes, and I think it's going to be done by then. I think that I made them small.
Wait, so he couldn't even let it sit for the 5 minutes before moving them. He did that in 4 minutes, and he basically beat them the fuck up. Jesus Christ. All right, whatever.
Small enough that it looks like they'll be cooked. And keep in mind, even if they're just slightly under, it doesn't matter, because you're going to put those into the sauce later. Once the sauce is ready to simmer, you put the meat in, so it actually cooks further and further in the sauce over hours of time. So you don't need to worry about
That's the hand motion for cooking meatballs?
Yes.
I'm learning new things every day. Yummy.
Smells good.
Okay, Chef Boyardee.
Alright. What a strange little man with a strange little relationship. Okay, let's see what's next on there. Let's see here. Is this where they burn it? Is there? Wait a second, I need to make sure there's a video before it. There is not. Okay, that's adding the pasta and stirring. Meatballs are done. Now we're gonna grind the sauce. Yeah, let's watch this one. Yeah, let's watch this one because he ain't already fucked it all up. All right, Chad, I'm bringing y'all in.
Back to the meatball.
Yep. So we're finishing up the meatballs. Unfortunately, a few of them burned.
Oh my god! Why are all those coals in there? What happened, Santa? Why? Why? They were all pink and tender at first, and well, look! Oh god!
Because I was chopping veggies and I didn't have a chance to rotate it one last time before now. They're about to be done, so they're actually going to get taken out.
Wait, what's the time? What's the time that it says on the clock back there? That's not. I don't think that's the right time. Oh, Phil, you stupid son of a bitch!
And then we're going to start making the sauce. Just sucks that a few of them burnt, but that's the way the...
Yeah, exactly. This is how you don't cook. This is literally what this is. Oh my god, it gets worse.
That's the way the meatball falls apart, I guess. All right?
So let me get this straight. This idiot right here wants to tell you about how to properly stream, how to properly do YouTube, how to make meaningful content, how you should act with morals and values and shit. And this idiot can't even fucking keep his eye on meatballs for 20 goddamn minutes. How? How? How am I supposed to take this nut job seriously? The fuck?
This one fell apart right here. See? Just split.
Yep. Oh, wow. It's okay, sweetie. I still love you.
I'm going to turn it down to low heat right now because it needs to be low heat to start making the sauce.
How do you fail at everything? I don't care about what Kino Casino has to say. I don't care that Mutahar, if we get time, we'll get to the Mutahar thing. I don't care about the whole Mutahar situation, alliance, whatever they're getting ready to do. How do you fuck up everything you do? Everything? Everything. Every goddamn thing. How? How?
Phew.
And all of these spices are going to go into the sauce?
Yep.
We got leaves, we got salts, we got peppers. It's going to be good.
Yeah, they are definitely burnt. God damn it. Well, hopefully it'll tenderize it a little bit once it's in the sauce simmering for several hours. I hope they don't come out like rocks, but we made them big enough that I think that they'll have some tenderness to them.
Yeah, it might just not be the immediate outside. Right. Sometimes you eat one, and it's like...
Oh, look at how she's trying to comfort him. Look at how she's trying to comfort him. Don't worry, honey. It'll sit in the sauce and maybe it'll rehydrate. Tenderize was not the term you were looking for, Phil. It's okay. I'm going to help you out. You were looking for the term of being rehydrated. That's what you were looking for. But if that's the case, why the fuck would you feel the need to cook it for 20 goddamn minutes if you're going to have them sitting in sauce for multiple hours? Why? Why? How are you bad at everything? And this is why the narrative is out there that how is it that Phil made it this far through life? And I don't know. The devil pig's luck. I don't know what it was. It's definitely pig luck for sure. It's definitely pig's luck. I don't know if maybe Phil had a twin and Linda sold the soul of that child that didn't make it to the devil so this one could somehow succeed. I don't know. But how are you bad at everything? How do you fuck up everything? Everything you touch, every person that you're in contact with is somehow tainted, is somehow corrupted, is somehow contaminated. I don't understand. And this isn't even me being hyperbolic. It's just like, how do you fuck up everything in life? And everyone. There's not a single quality redeemable quality that Phil Burnell, DSP Darkside Phil has. I don't get it. I just don't. And this is coming from someone who tells you I'm a piece of shit. I will tell you and I will remind you I'm a piece of shit. But what the fuck? Oh my god.
That hard crust, but the inside soft. What are you doing?
Look, it won't stop.
Hit timer. There you go.
Alright, I'm gonna start taking these out.
And that was the timer there. So that means they did have it cooking for the full 20. And it took them 3 minutes, the last 3 minutes or so for them to figure out, hey, we've already taken this too far. Or maybe, Phil, maybe. After 10 minutes of cooking, maybe you could have brought the temperature down then? No, you waited till you were damn near 18 minutes. Oh my Christ.
Hit timer.
And then, like the washing machine, you can't even figure out how to use the fucking stove timer. Why? What? That's why you got married as quickly as you did. That's the reason why the moment Panda left, you went ahead and moved Cat in, because you can't survive on your own. This is literally why. You can't even do basic shit. You don't know how to use the washing machine. You can barely use the timer on the fucking stove. Why? How are you? Oh my god.
There you go.
Alright, I'm gonna start taking these out.
Yeah, you definitely want to get that excess grease off of them.
Real homemade meatballs.
You know, meatballs never do look pretty. No matter how you make them or where you get them from, they never do have a pretty appearance.
Not unless they're...
Oh, she smacked the fuck out of you, Phil, and you didn't do anything. She literally said, why you got these ugly dark balls on my stove, Phil? Why are they so ugly? Why are they so big and burnt and black? Goddamn, Phil. Look at how you ain't messed that shit up for her. Let's play it again.
Excess grease off of them.
Real homemade meatballs.
You know, meatballs never do look pretty. No matter how you make them or where you get them from, they never do have a pretty appearance.
Not unless they're factory made.
Ew.
Because I've seen factory made meatballs that look perfectly round, and you're like, you know that no human touched that.
You know that they put it like in a ball mold and squeeze it. Ugh, gross.
Yeah, these are overcooked. I'm just hoping it's just the outside there that's overcooked.
I think it's just the outside.
It's tough because it says the recipe, like I said, it's not exact science. It said medium-high heat. And I had it on medium-high, exactly on medium-high the whole time.
But you were supposed to adjust the fucking recipe. That's what you told us you were going to do. And what did you do? Nothing. You went with the recipe as usual because you're too lazy. You have no creativity. You have no imagination. So then you burnt the shit. And now you're going to blame the recipe for putting it on medium-high. You were the one who wrote the recipe. You were the one who wrote it. Oh my god. So good. God, theoretically, chat, this is Linda's fault. I'm going to come out and say it right now. I'll be the bad guy. This is Linda's fault. Linda fucked up. Because if Linda didn't tell him to put it on medium high, he wouldn't have done it. You know it's true. You know it's true. Damn it, Linda. Why? Phil did not. You know what? I'm going to ride for Phil on this one. He did nothing wrong. He did everything correct. It's all Linda's fault. If Linda didn't put it on medium high, if Linda would have swallowed, we wouldn't be here now. I'm just saying. I'm just calling it. I'm sorry, Linda, but I'm not sorry. It's your fault.
And it cooked faster than the recipe calls for.
That's the thing. Everyone's stove works differently too.
Mm-hmm. Some of these are perfect. Like that one right there. That's gorgeous.
That's perfect. Chat. How is this one any more indistinguishable from this one? Or this one? Or this one? Help me, chat. Help me. Help me. see.
Wow. If that's gorgeous, I feel so confident in my looks.
This one fell apart. This is the dud.
Aww.
It fell apart in the pan. It didn't cook, or in the pot. Didn't cook properly. It is cooked through, as you can see.
So
but that's fine. Raw. We're still going to toss it in. You know, we're not going to waste it. We're still going to toss it in. It's going to give the sauce more flavor. All right, so this is on low. Now what we actually need to do is start making the sauce. Right? So what we're going to do is we're going to take these cans of peeled tomatoes and we're going to open them.
Cento brand.
These are Italian peeled tomatoes. If you can't get Italian, your sauce won't taste right. And that was the problem we had. At first, we could not find the Italian peeled tomatoes, and we were nervous.
So wait, so why are you taking Italian tomatoes and mixing it in with American tomato paste? I'm sorry, maybe did I just break the pignosis? Is that what it was? Was I not supposed to bring that up? Is this what's supposed to make it Italian food? I'm just asking. Make that make sense. Italian tomatoes with American tomato paste. I'll go ahead and see myself out.
Well, I was nervous.
Yeah, you were nervous. I had no idea.
It wasn't going to taste right, but then we found them afterwards.
And it's not just a nationality pride thing. They're
actually different. Look, well, you can't really see it there.
Yeah.
They're longer, and they have a different flavor than regular tomatoes.
Yeah, all tomatoes taste different. You wouldn't substitute a beef steak.
So now we're taking our food mill
for a cherry tomato.
All right. You add the food mill to the pot.
There you go.
It's on low now, by the way. You take your tomatoes. You very carefully dump them into the food mill. Okay.
It strains out a little, but you gotta...
You keep the can, because you're going to use it. Alright? And now you grind the tomatoes. See what I'm doing? Catches up, you go back a little bit, and you go forward more, forward more, forward more. Oh, it starts to catch. Go back a little bit. That's how you hand strain tomatoes. Now what I'm going to need to do is grab a fork. Because you actually need a fork while you're doing this. To push the chunks down in front of the actual...
milling.
Milling.
Yeah, because you're rotating a blade in there. There you go. That's a great idea. You just do that until it's almost all completely pushed through.
Yep, you're not going to get all of it through. Some of the skins and stuff aren't going to go through.
The skins are very...
And I'll take the fork again. Try to mush it up a little bit.
They smell good.
Oh, shit! Oh, Jesus, why?
And how many cans are we using for this?
We're supposed to use 70 ounces. I have no idea what that is in the metric system. A lot of people who I know who are probably interested.
Yeah,
So they only had 28 ounce cans, so we're gonna do 2.5 cans of this.
So there you go. You have a can of Cento tomatoes, 2.5.
If you have the 28 ounce can. There are bigger cans, but not in this area.
You're pushing the thing off the burner a little. There you go. Haha.
Now one thing you can do, and this is totally up to you. As you can see, we got all these big chunks of skin and everything. If you like chunkier sauce, after you're milling this, if you can't get it to mill through, you could just put it right into the sauce afterwards, and that's totally your choice.
Rustic country taste to it.
Right. If you're not looking just for liquidy, but you're looking for.
It's a preference for some people. What's your preference?
I like a mix. Like I'll probably put some of this in there, but not all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I like when it's chunkier too. I mean, it depends on what pasta and other things I'd be having with. I think for like meatballs, I'd want chunkier, but sometimes you just want it smooth.
You see the juices and stuff that are coming out of the bottom as I do this? See that?
Ooh, yes.
That's the hand ground tomato.
I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. I would have just thrown all those cans, all those tomatoes into a food processor and then poured it into the sauce and just called it a wrap. fuck all this bullshit. Like, he just extra steps, buying extra shit he don't need for no damn reason, just because. Like, I'm Phil, your Italian grandmother, if she even existed, I'm pretty confident that she didn't go through this process. Just saying. Pretty sure that wasn't a thing. If they did, they didn't do it this way.
The good old traditions of food milling your tomatoes.
We finally got all the skin squished down. Okay, so now we're pretty much at the end. The more I mill, I'm not going to get that much left.
No.
So I'll put a little bit, not too much, a little bit, right?
There you go.
Just to get it in, some chunks in there. You'll get some tomato chunks in your sauce.
I like tomato chunks. They add flavor.
Not going to put all of it because that would overload it. It would be way too chunky, especially keep in mind we're doing 2 more cans. Well, another can and a half. All right. So now I believe you're supposed to clean this up. Hold on. Fill the empty can halfway with hot water and pour it through the food mill and turn it to try to clean up. Use a paper towel to clean up the leftovers and do the same thing with the other 2 cans. So, hot water.
And these are instructions provided by your mom, who also provided us with things like the food mill and stuff that we don't have. The proper sauce equipment.
This is my mother's family recipe.
Because your mom is the Italian one. Italian and Polish?
It was her father who was almost 100% Italian.
Wow.
That taught her this stuff.
Almost 100% Italian. So your mother was what? So let's say, so your mother was half. Your mother was not even half. She may have been a fourth. If her father was almost Italian, 100% Italian. Like, Jesus Christ, like, you really want me to sit here and do the math? Okay, so let's say that let's say your grandfather was half. That would make your mother a quarter, which means now we're starting to get into small percentages with you. Stupid son of a bitch.
But you don't know where they're from.
It's your fault. Well, no, wait. Hold on. She might have been tapping on something. Let's see.
It was her father who was almost 100% Italian.
Wow.
That taught her this stuff.
But you don't know where they're from in Italy.
It might be... It starts with an F.
Do you know if it's north or south?
Maybe Foggia? F-O-G-G-I-A? I think that's what it was.
We'll have to ask your parents someday. Well, your mom. Your dad wouldn't know.
Alright, so...
I mean, Dave married Linda. I would think he would have asked Linda, hey, what part of Italy were your parents from? I would think he would know. Now I'm starting to have doubts on everybody in this genealogy. What the fuck?
That's it. Here, I'm going to be doing this for 2 more cans. You don't...
Okay, we're good. Let's just go ahead and tap into what this next video is going to be. I have so many fucking questions. And this chat is the reason why, I've said this in my videos, I advocate for you to watch some of these things over a few times. Because you'd be surprised what you catch, man. You'd be surprised what you catch. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Let's get to this part. Now we're into the sauce and the fucking pieces of coal floating in it. Jesus Christ, Phil. How did you fuck this bad? How?
The final stirring. All done, right? Look at that.
Oh
See
my
that?
God. Straight
You get
water.
a little bit of chunkiness to it.
Straight
It's
water.
Thick. It's rich.
I've seen paint that's thicker than that.
You got all kinds of pieces of the tomato and stuff in there.
I love tomatoes.
And keep in mind, as this simmers, it'll actually cook all those little pieces of tomato that are in there.
And it'll reduce the liquidy aspect somewhat.
All right.
Wait, is this... Wait, is this where he adds the seasoning and everything? Because where's the sugar at? Because I want to make sure you guys get that part. Here, let me not skip ahead. I'm pretty sure this is where he adds everything to it.
So, now what we're going to do, we're going to add all of these seasonings.
Yeah! Here we go. Here we go.
Starting with oregano. 25 shakes.
$25 shakes? That's not measure. Oh my Christ. Oh my Christ.
I like oregano.
Was this supposed to be like the imaginary push-ups that were done off camera? And I don't think that was 25 shakes.
With oregano. 25 shakes.
I like oregano.
Jesus Christ. I wasn't going to eat it before, but I'm definitely not eating that now. Oh, no.
Garlic salt. I believe it's 2 shakes, yes.
Now we have both garlic and onion salt, so.
I'm actually going to do 4 shakes.
Oh my God.
Onion salt.
4 shakes or 2?
1, 2, 3 shakes.
Oh, only 3.
Oh, sweet
Red
Mother
pepper,
Mary, Jesus.
which was not in the original recipe, but I wanted to have a little bit of kick. The sauce. So I'm going to give it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shakes.
That's it? I thought you said you wanted kick. That's just like... Alright, whatever.
That seems like a good amount. Not
Keep
too
in mind,
much.
it's for the whole pot, and it's very big chips, so probably didn't come out. The recipe calls that you can add a bay leaf if you want. I'm going to add 2 bay leaves, if not 3.
That's what I used when I made the brine for our barbecue chicken. I used 4.
1, 2, 3. I'm going to add 4.
Okay.
4 bay leaves for the whole thing, the whole pot. Now you can really start to smell the spices.
Oh my God, yeah, I love oregano. Oregano.
Yeah, I feel you on that, Sunspot. You might as well just throw some liquor in there to compliment it at this point. I mean, shit, it's nothing more than glorified Kool-Aid anyway.
And cilantro.
Now, this is one important change I'm making. Last time I made this, the recipe calls for a cup of sugar. I put a cup of sugar.
Wait, he said 4 bay leaves? Why do I see 5?
Oregano and cilantro.
Now, this is one important change.
Right? There's like 5 there. Actually, over there at what would be probably your lower right-hand corner, it's just off. There might be a 6th one in there. There's at least 5. Whatever.
I'm making. Last time I made this, the recipe calls for a cup of sugar.
Oh, here we go. Main event. This is what brings our fucking Kool-Aid sauce together.
Put a cup of sugar in there, and I thought that it was too sweet. When I tasted the sauce, I was like, why does it taste so sweet? My mom's sauce doesn't taste that sweet. So, I am not going to put that much.
Maybe half of it or 3/4.
I can get the fucking box open. There we go. That's just under 3/4 of a cup. That's what I'm going to put in there. And I got sugar all over the countertop.
Well, I'll take care of that. Now, what does the sugar do in the sauce?
Oh my God.
As a contrast, if you don't, it's all going to be tartness, and you won't have any
It's going
kind
to be
of sweetness
acidity
to
from
the sauce.
tomato.
It's called the contrast between savory and sweet, Phil. But all right, you probably never heard that term, so it is what it is. Let's leave it alone. Oh my Christ! Get back, because you fighting with that box is already funny.
Last time I made this, the recipe calls for a cup of sugar. I put a cup of sugar in there, and I thought that it was too sweet.
when I tasted the sauce, I was like, why does it taste so sweet? My mom's sauce doesn't taste that sweet. So I am not going to put that much.
Maybe half of it or 3/4.
I can get the fucking box open. There we go.
Now you're holding this box over this huge mouth of this cup, and you still figured out a way to spill it? Okay. Like, it's like fighting a one-man arm in a fucking ass-kicking contest. This shit is not fair.
That's just under 3/4 of a cup. That's what I'm going to put in there. And I got sugar all over the countertop.
Well, I'll take care of that. Now, what does the sugar do in the sauce?
Adds sweetness, adds a contrast. If you don't, it's all going to be tartness, and you won't have any
it's
kind of
It's going to be acidity from
tomatoes. Right, you'll have
and then spice.
Tart and its acid and nothing else.
You know, I wonder if his sauce was too salty, would he know that you could just take a potato and cut it in half and put it in there as it's cooking and it absorbs some of the salt? I wonder if he would know that. Maybe not. I'm saying that under the assumption that I think he knows what he's doing, or if he knows how to cook it all. So maybe I shouldn't take large strides in logic like that.
All right. So now we got to stir all that in, and then we add our final
Cooking is just as much of a talent as it is a skill.
Ingredients and then the meat. So let me get the slotted spoon again.
Holy Christ.
Oh man, it smells so good.
Oh my God, look at that.
Start to smell it now.
I love oregano, sweetie. So good. You know, when I was growing up, we never had oregano in the house. Never.
No oregano in the house.
It's not a spice we traditionally used. Keep in mind, every European country used different spices for most of their meals. Oregano is more common in Italians than, you know, my family.
Okay.
Yeah, but you live in the United States, though! Like, anybody who buys a seasoning collection, if it's been gifted to you as a home warming gift or a wedding gift or whatever, there's literally everything in there. That's done like that for a reason. Like, when you're cooking, you're supposed to experiment. You're supposed to try stuff. I didn't know that we were supposed to allow our native countries to limit us to what we were able to cook and what we were able to eat. I'm confused, chat. I'm confused.
Okay.
We used a lot of dill. I know that.
Next. Onion and garlic, both.
He did throw away all that pork and all that garlic early on. That's unfortunate. All that flavor just wasted. Pearls amongst swine.
It's chopped up.
Not even fully cut. Look at the size of some of these pieces of onion. The fuck is... Oh my Christ. Oh my Christ. Oh my Christ.
Okay.
And then stir it up.
And then, nope, finally.
Whether you think DSP is as good or as bad as the next little cow is up to you, but you can never, no one can ever tell you DSP is not stupid. I will fight anybody on that hill. You can never say he is not stupid. He is not inept. He's not incompetent.
Your meat, and then you stir it, and then you're done. Let me just double check, but I'm almost positive that's it. Yes.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, the meat. So add the meatballs.
This is sad.
Doink.
Oh, this is bad.
Oh, they float.
They all
and guess what else we're gonna add?
What?
Sausage. Italian sausage. That's gonna go in here too.
I love sausage.
Yeah, I've heard.
I have had many varieties of both Italian and non-Italian.
Oh, wait, what? Oh, wait, Panda. Wait, Panda. I don't want to call your chastity into question, but was that a metaphor? Was that a conundrum? What was that? Let's hear that again.
Guess what else we're gonna add?
What?
Sausage. Italian sausage. That's gonna go in here too.
I love sausage. I have had many varieties of both Italian and non-Italian.
Oh, Phil, did you have a woman who was 12 years your junior break you in? I know she broke you in. You were clearly a virgin before you met her. But you weren't her first. I already knew that. But damn. So that really explains her disappointment in you. You just never could measure up to the guys who came before you, which were younger than you, I would assume. I assume you're the first and only older man that she had ever dated. Oh, Phil, that's gotta hurt, son. That's gotta hurt. Wow. Well, see what pigs can do. Let's hear that sausage line one more time. Because, I kind of want to play 50 Cent's Mini Men. Because that's... Because it's starting to sound like it's fitting, right? Is that what it is, Panda? Is that one of your favorite little songs and shit by 50? Mini Men?
Many varieties.
Oh my God. If I blast out the Mini Men instrumental, you guys are going to know why. You'll know. It'll be like our own little inside joke.
Go in here too.
I love sausage. I have had many varieties of both Italian and non-Italian.
I'm pissed that these burnt. I really am.
Oh, it's okay.
They shouldn't have burnt. It's, new pot, it's different stove.
Mm-hmm.
New pot, different stove. We're making excuses. Son of a bitch. Oh my God, it's bad enough that Panda's new theme song is Mini Men, but now you want to sit there and blame the stove. You want to blame the pot. Like, this is just like the Street Fighter 6. It was the Xbox version of it. It was the controller that was gifted to me from the Xbox. Wink, wink. Then it's the PS5. Then it's the controller that was given to me that I bought for the PS5. And the buttons. And now we're on PC. And what's the excuse going to be then? Oh, I understand, Phil. Actually, Phil, Many Men could be the fucking theme song for the two of you. You know what I'm saying? She's had many men, apparently. And you have had many men who have wished death upon you in Street Fighter 6. It's fitting.
Different everything. You don't know what temperature to turn it.
Well, we know now for next time. And it could just be the outside's not so good. The inside could still be good.
Hold on, I was thinking of something.
Look at that.
I think we're going to skip the sausage because I don't remember if you're supposed to pre-cook it any at all.
You probably are a little, but...
I didn't,
Oh, well. We can make the sausage another day, and then we'll put the sauce with it.
We could fry the sausage off and make like sausage and peppers or something.
I like sausage and peppers.
All right, so now we got to lower the heat now that everything's in. Okay.
Oh, Panda. I've made plenty of jokes at your expense about how sex deprived you were. But goddamn, girl, you're proving me right. I wasn't wrong. I was just early. I wasn't wrong. I was just early. Oh, the way you talk about that sausage, girl. Oh, so you didn't have the business in a minute. I mean, with your new man, that's probably a different story. But while you were with Phil, oh, you must have been starving out there, honey. You must have been starving out there.
Okay, lower to about there. Just to simmer all day. Low setting.
And then you come back and stir it every half hour or so.
Look at all those ingredients in there.
And now I think about it too, and I've kind of ignored it up till this point, but the way he just leaves her out there when she, makes a statement or asks questions is really kind of foul. Like, she's asking you a question. Like, you could at least respect her enough to give her an answer. Just something.
It does look a little chunky so far, but not too chunky.
The thing that's chunky is the onions, because I'm not good at chopping onions. I can't cut them small. I'm not a professional chef. So
I can cut onions.
The good thing is, what we're seeing now is going to cook over the course of 4.5 hours, and you will not see those chunks. They're all going to caramelize. They're going to be the clear kind of onion, and they're going to be reddish, and you're not going to really taste them that much.
But the onion does add a bit of flavor.
Oh, yeah.
Where the onion salt cannot. Because onion salt is not a substitute for onion.
All right. So now, the lid.
Now that I think about it too, chat, he used to make this, twice a year back in the day? In the last couple of years, I haven't heard him mention making his sauce, like the yearly batch of sauce. He doesn't even talk about it anymore. It makes you wonder. Maybe he tried to make it once for Kat. She was like, "Yeah, this is trash. Don't ever ask me to eat this again." And he just never made it. Just something to think about, because I definitely don't remember in the last couple of years them speaking on this. Matter of fact, I can't remember him even bringing up making sauce post 2020. And matter of fact, during the pandemic, didn't he bitch about going to the grocery store one time and some lady had like 11 cans of tomato sauce, and he was mad that she took so many tomato sauces and shit, and he was like, "What's the point of all that?" And I remember, I'm pretty sure that happened, because it was probably on one of the Phil Day Off segments or some dumb shit. And I think I was thinking to myself, well, why would that matter to you when you make your own sauce every year? Huh. Maybe I was onto something I just didn't think about at the time.
Right? You set the timer. How do you do this?
Time up.
We'll set it for 22 minutes.
This idiot really don't know how to use the timer.
How do you do this?
Time up.
We'll set it for 22 minutes for now. And what you do is you wait about every 20 to 25 minutes. You come in here, you stir it with a wooden spoon, or you could use that slotted spoon too, but we'll use wooden spoon.
Does the wooden spoon add anything other than authentic Italian experience?
So, and that's it. You just let it simmer all day. Right now it's 12.
You're supposed to use the wooden spoon so you don't have metal on metal fucking when you're stirring something, dude. That's kind of the main point. I mean, the plastic one he's using is probably going to be fine either way, but that's kind of the reasoning behind it. Oh my god. Unless they season the spoon, and I don't even think most people even do stuff like that anymore. But that's neither here nor there.
12:30. Well, that's actually wrong. It was 20.
Yeah, that wasn't fast by like 10-15 minutes.
So, it's going to cook for about 4 to 4.5 hours. So you figure 4:30 or 5-ish at the latest, it'll be ready to go. And at that point, you can use it for anything. Like I said, pasta, meat dishes. You can make we were going to do meatball subs, but I don't know now if we're going to now, because those meatballs look really overcooked. I don't know how they're going to taste. We'll have to see once it's simmered. Will they?
Well, we got that sausage and we got that pasta, just in case as a backup. We got 2 options.
So there you have it. That is the basic premise of how to do it. And because what I set up today to do for work, I'm going to be coming back down here, every half an hour or so.
And I'll be coming down too, I'm sure, to stir when you're mid-fight.
Whatever, And
all right, whatever. Let's move on. But that sausage line though from Panda, I missed that. I didn't catch that on my. I didn't catch that initially when I heard it, or if I did, I thought it was a throwaway line. That brings a whole new. That opens a whole new door for things. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're at our finale when it comes to this whole homemade sausage situation. Oh boy, Panda. You have so much excitement in you right now, but in the bedroom, honey, you're about to be disappointed. Oh boy, oh boy. Let me capture that excitement for you one last time. Let me bring her up for you. All right, chat. Oh, Christ. Take it in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we finally have a result. Something that I have cooked, ladies and gentlemen, that is right. And the result of my long day laboring over a pot of sauce and meat, we have homemade meatball subs, which Leanna is about to dig into. Now, the meatballs themselves, unfortunately, got a little bit singed on the outside, but when we...
No, honey. You gonna bring that back, sweetie. After all that sausage talk that you were doing earlier on, you try to tease? Nah, sweetie, you gonna bring that back. Try to take that meat to the head. You gonna bring that back. Oh, I want all of your excitement. Yeah, look at you. Look at how cheerful you were. Oh, it's like your first night together with Phil and shit. You thought there were gonna be fireworks. You thought it was gonna be amazing. That shit turned out to be a dud. Nah, you're gonna. I want to see all that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we finally have a result. Something that I have cooked, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, look at how cute she is. Look at how excited she is.
And that is right. And the result of my long day laboring over a pot of sauce and meat, we have homemade meatball subs, which Leanna is about to dig into. Now, the meatballs themselves, unfortunately, got a little bit singed on the outside, but when we actually put them in here, the meat looked perfectly cooked. So, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. My homemade meatball subs.
What happened? Oh, come on, honey. He hasn't even put the condom on yet. It's not that bad. You can make it work, right? No? Okay. Oh.
Subs, what do you think?
Oh! Look at her. Look at it. Elbows on the table, hands down at either side, not even touching the damn thing. Not even still chewing anymore. Oh. And because Phil is such a sensitive bitch, just like the Denton in the chat, she has to sit here and figure out how she's going to say this shit is good, knowing damn well that it's not. Oh. We're going to watch it again in a minute. Give me a second.
It is the most sexual meatball sub I've ever had.
Really?
You can hear the disappointment. I always wondered, she was like, this is the most sexual meatball sub I've ever had. I'm thinking to myself, was that a double metaphor? Like, was that a subliminal? I used to always think that shit. And now, I'm starting to think that was. She straight the fucked up sneak dissed him right to his face. Let's continue.
Sexual. I've never had one before. But
you never had a meatball sub? Wow.
Hello, not Italian.
I guess that's true.
How does that make sense? I've never had a meatball sub before. You've never had a meatball sub before? Hello, I'm not Italian. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Literally 2 dents. Sitting here trying to... You got life fucked up.
Sub I've ever had.
Really?
Mostly because I've never had one before. But
you never had a meatball sub? Wow.
Hello, not Italian.
I guess that's true. So, yeah, well, I did, you take the meatballs out, you put it right onto the sub, and they're already covered in the sauce from simmering all day. Then you put a little bit more sauce, you sprinkle mozzarella cheese, and I actually give it a sprinkling of Italian seasonings on top, as you can see. 2 homemade meatball subs for dinner. Leanna's having one. If she's hungry enough, she'll have a second. We'll have to see. So.
Oh, that poor girl couldn't even fake it. Oh, goddamn, honey. I mean, not that I know what it's like to have a female fake it with me anyway, but goddamn, honey, you couldn't even fake it for him? Oh, you couldn't even fit that man's ego? Oh, damn. Panda. Goddamn, Panda. I need you to bring that back for me. I'm sorry. I'm already a DSP asshole, so it is what it is. I don't have no sympathy around here and shit. You know what I'm saying? We stay savage around this bitch. God damn, Panda.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we finally have a result. Something that I have cooked, ladies and gentlemen, that is right. And the result of my long day laboring over a pot of sauce and meat, we have homemade meatball subs, which Leanna is about to dig into. Now, the meatballs themselves, unfortunately, got a little bit singed on the outside, but when we actually put them in here, the meat looked perfectly cooked. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. My homemade meatball subs. What do you think?
It is the most sexual meatball sub I've ever had.
Really?
Mostly because I've never had one before. But
you never had a meatball sub? Wow.
Hello, not Italian.
I guess that's true. So yeah, well
you know, if I was to be an asshole and break this shit frame by frame, definitely the disappointment on that initial bite.
Which Leanna is about to dig into. Now the meatballs themselves unfortunately got a little bit
that look where it's like, is it supposed to taste like that?
Singed on the
and then looks down at it like, is this? Didn't even go in for a second bite just to make sure. She knew. She was like, yeah, it's gonna take everything I have to stomach this one. Let's continue.
The outside, but when we actually put them in here, the meat looked perfectly cooked. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. My homemade meatball subs. What do you?
Now this look, where she's like, are you sure you want to eat 2 of those, Phil? Is that really a thing that you want to do? Nice gift basket you got there, Panda. I hope that was your constellation prize, because I know. I know that didn't play out well. I know dinner didn't work out. All that enthusiasm, all that excitement was drained out of you, honey. Oh, that's hurtful.
What do you think?
It is the most sexual meatball sub I've ever had.
Really?
Mostly because I've never had one before. But
you never had a meatball sub?
And you could tell she wanted it so badly to turn into a joke, and she couldn't flip it. She tried so hard to make it come across like a joke, but she couldn't. The disappointment. She can't. She can't.
Wow.
Hello.
And then kind of the rubbing the tongue across her teeth, to try to get as much of that out of there as possible. Oh, that's so hurtful, honey.
It is the most sexual meatball sub I've ever had.
Really?
Mostly because I've never had one before. But
you never had a meatball sub? Wow.
Hello, not Italian.
I guess that's true. So yeah, well, I did. You know, you take the meatballs out, you put it right onto the sub, and they're already covered in the sauce from simmering all day. Then you put a little bit more sauce. You sprinkle mozzarella cheese.
It does look like soup. It looks like tomato soup with just cheese on it on a bun. Maybe even ketchup. Maybe not even soup. Maybe it is just ketchup. That's just the saddest thing ever. Did they even toast the fucking bun? Maybe I'll just give them credit and say that they did, but I don't know. Jesus Christ. And then the cheese isn't like fully melted and shit. It makes me wonder, is the sauce cold? Or is it like room temperature? I don't know. Man, maybe I'm reading into it.
Cheese, and I actually give it a sprinkling of Italian seasonings on top, as you can see. 2 homemade meatball subs for dinner. Leanna's having one. If she's hungry enough, she'll have a second. We'll have to see. So is it good? You like it? Great. And that is the fruit of 4.5 hours of hard labor, but it's worth it. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Here, I want you guys to see that. I want that to be the last thing you guys see. I want you to see that on a happy note. That's the least we can do for Panda. And all her sacrifice. Oh my Christ. That's the Italian sauce fucking saga. Jesus Christ. Okay, someone said that. Hold on a second, actually. Let me look real fast. Because someone said that there is a vlog out there for the there's a vlog out there for the mold under the sink. Give me just a second. Let's get past all this trash over the last year or so. We don't need to worry about that. Oh my god. Chat. That was... Oh. Jesus Christ, Panda. Who would have thought that you've endured that much? Oh, so much horror. So much horror. To fuck up something so easy as sauce. Meatballs! Like, how do you burn fucking meatballs, dude? it's not like you're out there on a grill and you fuck up your first burger or something, or even your first steak. I've seen people do that shit and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? I get it. It's the first time you're using a grill and whatnot. You're gonna make mistakes. You're not paying attention. It is what it is. I get that. I can overlook that. But Jesus Christ, man, that shit's fucking crazy. Okay, so we're getting into 3 years. Jack in the Box, loaded tacos. Papa John's cheesesteak. State of the Stream 2020. Burger King Nightmare. Here. There's the vlog where we meet Kat and the explanation behind that. That's a shower video. The second one, I should say. Let's see here. This is when he unboxed the Astros. Give me a second, chat, and I'll tap in with you guys, and we'll see what's what. Serious talk. I need your support. Why am I looking? Oh, I know why I'm looking through all this, because I'm looking for when the first time he took a break. Let's see here. June 18th, 2017, Death by Daylight. I think it was speculated that her first visit was in July. He has a weekend preview on the 2nd, and he has another one on the 9th. So it wasn't that week. But then he doesn't have another weekend preview until July 16th. So she must have showed up somewhere between the 9th and the 16th then. Destiny 2, Danganronpa, Splatoon. I'm gonna have to look for it. But at least I have a decent idea where to find it, I guess. Persona. Live May 14th. Interesting. All right. Let me tap in with the chat. Let's see what you guys think. All right. Alive and well from Israel. Go.
Alive and well in Israel says. He does Lord being Italian over her, holy shit, that's twice.
Indeed.
Jax Sleekson says. He freezes the sauce.
Yes, he does. He freezes any excess sauce.
Alive and well in Israel says. Passive-aggressive shot again, wow wow wow. Mr. Novios says. 2 PPL who are highly regarded. Robert Napier says. I've had plenty of croissants and pain au chocolats. I'm not French.
Agreed.
Thiek Nightmask says. Rolling her eyes and all. Sunspot Gallery says. I would have preferred to not watch how it was cooked beforehand. Paul J. Brazel Jr. says. Those eyeballs bwahahaha. Mr. Novios says. She's rethinking her life at that moment.
Agreed.
Sunspot Gallery says. This is cruelty. Thiek Nightmask says. I would have thrown hands after the first bite. Or a Master DX says. All that prep for some mid. Wandering Monk 000 says. Oh, didn't know meatball subs are authentic Italian food, lol.
I didn't either.
Sunspot Gallery says. All those onion chunks in there.
Oh,
Ramza 675 says. Looks like when I buy a shitty game off Steam. Alive and well in Israel says. Meat flavored charcoal briquette. Paul J. Brazel Jr. says. That second bite was wild.
Yes, it was.
Mesutsu Dragon says. That's look tells you what to expect from a Bernal in general.
Oh shit. Alright, sorry, let me hit the next one.
David says.
Oh, I can automate it. My bad.
Someone needs to send Burger King a picture of Phil's meatball subs.
Oh.
Wooden Ox says. Thank God, we still going after I went to dinner and got back. Big ups.
Big ups.
Wandering Monk 000
Hopefully
says,
dinner went well.
Same look Phil got when she saw him naked for the first time. Mr. Novius says. She looked so lost from one bite. Then was like, are we fucking serious? Alive and well in Israel says. Glad she's gone but no SYMPYLOL. Paul J. Brazel Jr. says. Phil's toilet will get no rest that night. Mr. Novius says. Y'all know she wanted to leave. Ramza 675 says. Phil couldn't have even joked that he messed it up or anything to be entertaining.
Not at all.
Alive and well in Israel says. His voice is shaking. Ramza 675 says. He threw away the whole pot of soup. Alive and well in Israel says. Cold buns unmelted cheese. Ramza 675 says. The bun looks cold. Sunspot Gallery says. No wonder she was happy to cook while sick.
Yep.
Mr. Novius says. Toasting the bun? Nope. Ramza 675 says. 10 seconds in the microwave to melt the cheese or some shit lol. Alive and well in Israel says. Ramza knows.
That might not be Italian culture though, so maybe that's the reason that didn't happen.
Mr. Novius says. It's all cold. Thiek Nightmask says. This looks like a struggle meal made with expensive ingredients. Oh wait.
Oh wait.
Mr. Novius says. 4HRS wasted.
Yep.
Jax Sleekson says. She really cared about that POS.
Yeah, she did. She really gave a shit about him.
Sunspot Gallery says. Happy.
And all he had to do was put a ring on it, because I don't think she wanted to have kids, so all he had to do was put a ring on it.
Paul J. Brazel Jr. says. GTG, that was chef's kiss.
Yes, it was.
Ramza 675 says. Maybe DSP Zoo.
Yeah, he has a lot of vlogs from the zoo, man.
Wandering Monk 000 says. Can we call his hoe and dime him out?
Oh, shit.
Anthony says. If it burned on the outside and raw on the inside, then it's done according to Phil.
Yeah, apparently. But, what do you want me to do, man? I gotta pass all you guys bananas and shit, and then we gotta sit out on the corner and be like, I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. We're gonna drop a dime on them motherfuckers. I'm not sure if we're gonna do all that. I do need to get that. I do need to get that clip though from Belly. That shit's fucking fantastic. That shit's iconic as hell.
Fellow Tractor says. In case anyone is interested, there's a cook that actually made the sauce and it's exactly what you'd expect. Should I series is the name.
Yeah, it's the Should I series. He's the one who did the what's it called? He did the scene with Belly. I think he said drop a dime. Yeah, he's the one who did the what's it called? He did the low tier guy shit. Okay, let me see here. Is it this one? Yeah, this one. All right, for homie who was like, I got a clip for homeboy who was asking about the should we call the homeowner association?
Wandering Monk 000 says. Can we call his hoe and dime him out?
Hold on a second. I got a scene for you. Brother. I got a scene for you. Oh man, can I get this in a better quality though? No. Hold up. Let me see if I can get this in better quality. This deserves a better quality if I can get it to you. Fuck.
Get money.
Yeah, there we go. That can literally be DSP. Get money. All right. I'm gonna play the scene for y'all. I don't know if that's gonna get the stream takedown, but fuck it. I do it for the love of the game. Okay. I need to turn this into like an actual thing though, but I can do that. All right, right here. This is the scene I was telling you about. So for homie who was asking, should we go ahead and drop a dime on him with the homeowner association shit? Let's go ahead. I want to see if I can move your chat up here. Yeah, right there. There you go. I got the scene for you, brother.
Fuck a book, man. Now, little did we know, this local big head nigga named Rico started feeling his pockets was getting a little thinner since we got there.
Hey, ain't all them fools go right there.
Trouble was right there on that corner, staring right at us.
Yeah, they rolling hard too. They slanging real good, real good.
Might have to drop a dime on them niggas.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
You gotta stop it.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
Exactly. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. Oh, shit. All right, big ups. I love that scene. I gotta make sure I clip that. I'll turn that to like a notification or something. It'll be fun. Okay. We'll turn that into like a notification or something. It'll be hilarious. All right. Paul, be right back. You can grab a beer. I got you. Oh, I can bring that up if you like. Yeah, we can go. I can definitely find that. Let's see here. You covered it on the other channel. If you need a reference to find it, give me a second. Actually, let me see what you got there. Bring out pop-up chat. Let's see here. Okay, Christmas videos, setup part 2. See if I can bring you in for this. I can. Whoa, wait. The fuck? That's not it. That's not it. Okay. No worries. We can. Huh. That's weird. That should have taken me right to this. Right here. Okay, that was 2020 or 2012, sorry. Yeah, okay, this is it. Part 2. Oh, that's not it at all, actually. What the hell? Why did it give me that strange thing? Oh, that's why. This is her archive. Okay, bet. Okay, give me a second, chat. I need to do some silly shit here for a minute. I can still bring you in on this though. I can bring you guys in. I already have a link for this though. Alright. Let's see here. So I can create a link really fast. I'll be able to shoot you in on this. Let's see here. Let's see what we got. Now that, and let me just get an audio source, and we should be in business. I guess I can just use the desktop audio for that, I suppose, if I don't have to give it a dedicated one. All right, chat. Let me know if you can hear it.
That's enough of the icicles. I put up some icicles and the random ornaments and the flowers and junk. Now we're getting to the kick-ass ornaments. Which I swear to God, my mom says that they're not this old, but I swear to God these things have been around since the 90s. They've been around since I was a kid. Look at these. Got a shit ton of ornaments. But anyway, I said I was going to talk about Phil and then the drama that revolved around.
Oh, what's up, Declan? How's it going, man?
Once again, people in my company, I'm not naming names because I'm going to be
big ups to everybody in chat.
Some BS the Grinch. This is actually a coin purse, but the string broke off and my mom used that as an ornament. We'll put him... No, we're going to put him right here. He's in Pimp Castle. There we go. But I started dating Phil pretty early on in the year. And this is what ended up happening. Naturally, when you have a new boyfriend or girlfriend, I'd been dating some other people while I was still a Deb. And naturally, I became comfortable with certain people in which to tell them. And naturally, when you have someone new and people ask about your life, you want to tell them. So I said, oh, well, I got this boyfriend. His name's Phil. And, of course, naturally, they're going to ask, how'd you meet? How old is he? What's he like? Blah, blah, blah. And they were fine with him. They were a little confused about how I met him on the internet. I don't know if I ever told them how I really met him. But they know I met him, I think, online.
Okay, hold on a second. Big ups to the person who sent me the link for this. Christmas Setup Video 2012 Part 2. It's on an archive channel. Big ups. Actually, here, I'll re-throw the link back down in the description and whatnot. So, you know, let's redistribute the wealth and whatnot. Big ups to the person who dropped the link. Let's see here. Let's see here. Paste. All right, there you go. Redistributing the wealth around here and whatnot. All right, here we go. But yeah, this is from, it says 2012.
But they were perfectly fine with it until I brought up Phil's age. Which, yes, I'm aware. He was 29 at the time. And, oh, hold on, excuse me. And I was 18, but it's legal, but there is definitely an age gap, and not everybody approves of an age gap.
Okay, that's when you started dating. You were 29. He was 29, you were 18. That's when you started dating, though. And she immediately brought up the legal part, which makes me think, how long were you talking to her for? Or were you talking to him before you guys started dating, Panda? Here, first off, let's bring that back, and then let's see if we can find out as we move along. So, yeah, when she brought up the legal part, she kind of killed her narrative.
Lizzie, what's he like? Blah, blah, blah. And they were fine with him. They were a little confused about how I met him on the internet. I don't know if I ever told them how I really met him. But they know I met him, I think, online. But they were perfectly fine with it until I brought up Phil's age. Which, yes, I'm aware. He was 29 at the time. And, oh, hold on, excuse me. And I was 18, but it's legal, but there is definitely an age gap, and not everybody approves of an age gap. It's only 11 years. I'm going to point out my sister and my brother-in-law have an age gap, too. I just want to point that out. He's like, my brother-in-law's like in his 40s, and my sister is almost 30, so it's not like this is the first time this happened in my family. But no, they were fine with it until I told them his age. And then it kind of got a little weird with some people. Some people were like, oh, that's cool, you know, he just happens to be older, but hey, you're happy, everyone's happy. But some people were really freaked out by the idea of me dating someone older. And they made some jokes, like obviously they ribbed me a little bit about him being older, like, oh, I couldn't find anyone at your high school, or, you know, little cracks like that, and I was fine with that. But then it got to the point where they were making fun of him for his age in ways that I just didn't think were cool. SpongeBob ornament, I do believe. No, they started making jokes like, oh, he's just a pedophile and stuff, or...
Oh, woo! Yo, big the fuck up to whoever it was who went ahead and dropped the link for this shit. Here, let me see if I can go back and chat and I can see if I can find you. Let's see here. Hopefully it's not too far back. Oh, fucking A. Is okay, Sunspot Gallery dropped the link. Fucking A, man. If I take a minute, I can find this. All right, don't worry, we're coming back to this video, chat. Give me just a second. I just want to see if I can go back and if I can find out who actually linked this, because this was a find. This was definitely a find. Okay, was you Sunspot? All right, big up Sunspot. Big fucking ups. Wait a second. Let's see. All right, Arizona Made Gamer. What link was this? Was this the actually? Is this the link we're actually looking at? Because I know you and Sunspot dropped the link. What is this? Okay, Arizona hating on War Dog leader help. Oh shit, you found it. Okay, bet. Oh, good. Okay, good shit, Arizona, you found it. All right, so let's put you right there, and then we're gonna check back with that in a minute. Okay, cool. We're gonna check back with that. All right, big up Sunspot and big up Arizona. Good shit. This is panning out nicely. Nicely. Okay, let's tap you guys back in. Oh, that'll work. Fair sent you a DM or DSP references or visit. Well, Jesus Christ. All right, let's jump over. Let me jump over there to Twitter real fast, because now we just got all kinds of stuff going. Make a whole show out of it. Jesus Christ, why does he look like he's licking that? Let's hit a like on that, because that picture could be definitely used later. Big ups to King of Gout 1. Let's see here. Big ups to Hate Army. Let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, that key to peel. I've seen that. That shit's funny as hell, actually. Oh, that's funny as shit. Big up Smith Bear. Oh, good shit. Oh, good shit. Alright, big ups. Okay, well, got Christmas is early in here. Alright, here, let's get back to this video. Oh my gosh.
They made fun of him. They started calling him Dr. Phil because he's older. Like,
alright, let's bring it back.
But then it got to the point where they were making fun of him for his age in ways that I just didn't think were cool. SpongeBob ornament, I do believe. No, they started making jokes like, oh, he's just a pedophile and stuff, or they made fun of him. They started calling him Dr. Phil because he's older, like Dr.
So wait, this right here changes the detractor narrative then. Because DSP was like, oh, Phil's a pedophile, Phil's this, Phil's that. That pedophile thing didn't start with detractors, though. That started with Panda. Panda's people thought you were the pedophile. And then they saw this, and then that's when oh, Philly. You got a problem, Dr. Phil. You got a problem. This wasn't a detractor who was shitting on you or slandering you. This was one of Panda's people who was concerned. And the thing is if she was 18 and you were 29 when you guys started talking, why would they be sitting there calling you a pedophile? I'm starting to think that too, Paul. I'm thinking that she may have been younger than what we thought. She may have been younger, which goes back to my narrative on when they were talking. Oh, that changes things now, son. That changes things now, son.
Freaked out by the idea of me dating someone older. And they made some jokes, like obviously they ribbed me a little bit about him being older, like, oh, I couldn't find anyone at your high school, or, you know, little cracks like that, and I was fine with that. But then it got to the point where they were making fun of him for his age in ways that I just didn't think were cool. SpongeBob ornament, I do believe. No, they started making jokes like, oh, he's just a pedophile and stuff, or they made fun of him. They started calling him Dr. Phil because he's older, like Dr. Phil on TV. And they made some very derogatory comments about Phil's working anatomy and the fact that it might not work and that it... Well, I don't need to tell you what they might have said about Phil's anatomy. But they implied that it did not work. Which really annoyed me.
you were really annoyed, but then you go on to, then she goes on to the forum and says, hey, yeah, foreshadowing. Because then she goes on that forum and said that the sex pretty much died out when they moved from Connecticut or from the East Coast to the West Coast. So theoretically, they literally told her what was going to happen. Oh, Panda. Oh, you are the gift. Excuse me. You are the gift that just keeps on giving. Oh, big up Sunspot. Oh, this was a hell of a find. I want all that. This is a hell of a find. Because this absolves, not that any detractor needed to be absolved of this, but this completely and utterly absolves detractors by planning out the narrative that we called him a pedophile when theoretically, Panda's people called him a pedophile first. Hence the reason why he didn't want to see them. Hence the reason why he didn't want her to go to her brother's wedding after they had moved to Seattle. There's a reason why he didn't want her to go back. Because they already had concerns about him from Jump Street. Ooh, that changes things up. That changes the narrative completely. Ooh, that changes things.
Him being older, like, oh, I couldn't find anyone at your high school, or, you know, little cracks like that, and I was fine with that. But then it got to the point where they were making fun of him for his age in ways that I just didn't think were cool. SpongeBob ornament, I do believe. No, they started making jokes like, oh, he's just a pedophile and stuff, or they made fun of him. They started calling him Dr. Phil because he's older, like Dr. Phil on TV. And they made some very derogatory comments about Phil's working anatomy and the fact that it might not work and that it... Well, I don't need to tell you what they might have said about Phil's anatomy. But they implied that it did not work. Which really annoyed me. Because that was kind of messed up. Dr. Seuss. Ornaments are old as hell. You can just feel... These are like the styrofoam ball ornaments. Oh, shit. Whoops. But yeah, they made derogatory comments about him, and I kind of didn't really say too much, but it really irked me inside. And I told Phil some of the comments, and I think he was a little upset too.
Oh, so Phil does know what those people think about him. Ah, so my theory still stands. So Phil knows that they called him a pedophile. Phil knows that they didn't really think that the age thing was that cool, and how they were probably, and that his penne probably doesn't work effectively or efficiently. They know all of that shit. Well, I'll be damned. That's tough. That's a rough one, Phil. That's a rough one, buddy. That's kind of tough, Phil. I don't know what to make of that one, buddy. That seems a bit problematic. Just saying. Hashtag sucks to suck.
But not as much as I was. Like, I was like, what the hell? You guys were fine with him when you thought he was like 18, 19, maybe even 20. Mid-20s or something, but as soon as you found out there were 11 years between us, all hell broke loose. And it started being a topic all the time when I worked with certain people. Certain people were cool with it. They would just ask how he is. But other people were like, oh, you're still seeing him, and then sling in a derogatory joke or two. And I didn't want to really cause any bad problems with people by getting all pissed at them, but I think after a while, some people figured out that it wasn't so cool to say certain comments around me. Because, I mean, joking or not, that's still my boyfriend. I still want you guys to respect, you know, the fact that we're happy, we don't have any problems, we get along very well. Yeah, there's an age difference, but it's not a big deal. I don't think about it, and neither does Phil, so why are you thinking about it so much? Like, you'd be surprised how many people have, like, a significant enough age gap. some age gaps aren't so big. Like, there's maybe like 3, 4, 5 years, but some there are like 10. I draw the line at around 10, 11, 12 years. After that, I think it's going to be very difficult for me to get along with someone. Because, you know, you need to have some life experiences that you guys can, you know, relate to. I mean, Phil was still young. He was 29 when I met him, and he's still young now at heart. Definitely. He's young in body, too, but he doesn't admit it. But we know, like, he plays video games for a living. I'm a massive video game addict. And I did the live streaming back in 2007, 2008, so it's not like we didn't both do it, like, for the internet, so that was something. And I've watched his videos. I like, was those original people, it's Dark Side Phil channel. And I watched that, and I liked it. I never thought I'd be dating him. That's for sure, but it just goes to show that no matter how happy you are, some people can't wrap their head around why you're happy. I don't know if that's what it is or what with those people I've worked with, but some of them could not wrap their head around why I was dating someone 30 years old. Now keep in mind, I was working with sales associates between like 16 and 20, so some of them were still in high school and could not ever see that happening, which I don't blame them. You're pretty young at that age. You should, you know, maybe date someone your own age first. It's not like I didn't date guys my own age. I dated guys between like 17 to 19, so it's not like I never dated anyone my own age. It's just I never really got along with them because there was always...
So that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is our history of Polish, of different types of sausage. So that explains that. Okay, keep talking, Panda. Keep talking.
some kind of problem that we could never work through. Not to say Phil and I don't argue. We've had arguments before. They usually get resolved, though, but I make them way more dramatic than they are. Like, I'll cry for no reason sometimes, and I don't even know why, and I'm like, why am I making such a big deal of such a weird thing? But...
yeah, Panda could have daddy issues. It's very possible.
Help. Two stubborn people arguing gets, like, nowhere. It's either, fine, you're right, let's just end this argument, or just admit I'm right and we'll stop. I'm always right in the arguments, he just doesn't know it. Going behind this tree, making this tree pretty full. But, you know, I love Christmas. Christmas is a good time of year. It doesn't, I don't know, as I got older, like right now, I don't, you know, get the Christmassy mood as fast. Like, when you're a kid, it's like December 1st, where the fuck are these presents? Like, you just want it to be Christmas, but now it's like, hey, you know, I'm okay with it not being Christmas. I'm totally okay with it. But, you know, I don't know, Christmas is just a fun time of year. Phil loves Christmas, my God. You should hear him on the phone sometimes. It's like talking to a 3-year-old. It's like, oh my God, I'm so excited for Christmas. It's like, no shit, I can tell you, I can feel you bouncing off the walls. But I like that about him. Even though he says, you know, he's old because he's 30 now. And, you know, some people start to think that's when you're old. I personally don't think you're old when you're 30. You're just two 15-year-olds smushed together.
Interesting.
My one history teacher used to say, when someone had a 15th birthday, he'd be like, oh, well, good, you're halfway to 30. And it'd be like, oh, screw you. You're not even 30, I can tell. You're like 22. What kind of teacher are you?
Good one, probably.
But yeah, he is just such a kid at heart. And I wish you guys, like the fans, actually... I know you guys meet him at like MagFest and stuff, but you guys just got to see him in his condo on a day-to-day basis. He is just so different than some people I think expect. He's just so... He kind of has a serious edge to him, but he doesn't take himself too seriously.
Exit doubt.
And he's just so funny, and he can have a good laugh at some things to an extent. He knows that I tease him sometimes. I totally tease him all the time. He's all like, and I'm all like, I'll just deal with it. But he's really funny. He's really silly. And I know some things about him that you guys don't know. And believe me, I know some funny things about him. Like for Christmas this year, I got him a a little, you ever see those salt lamps? Like, there's a little light inside and you turn it on and the salt's supposed to, like, neutralize computer stuff in the air, like stuff that electronics give off. I got him a candle holder of that, and oh my god, he became such a woman when it comes to burning candles. He's like burning candles like every day. I'm not joking. You think he's recording videos and he's like all macho and stuff? He's burning a candle. He's burning like fruity candles, not those man candles. He's burning like, oh, what were some of the ones I told him to get? Mango peach salsa. I'm not joking. There's like a cranberry one. And he just loves candles. So there you go. You just learned something funny about Phil. He loves candles. Yankee Candle. He likes strawberry candles. He likes, I think we got him a cranberry, mandarin cranberry one. He likes that one. He doesn't like the Midnight Jasmine because it's a little too flowery on his nose.
Oh,
that's a
shit.
Scent, to be fair, but he burns candles. He drinks a lot.
Yeah, I have to admit, you could tell too. You could tell she really adores him. Like, she really, really, really loves this dude and shit, which makes it even weirder in how he fucked it up. Because, like, he's a complete and utter weirdo. She's okay with him being a weirdo. If nothing else, she may find it endearing. And yet he still screwed it up. How?
A lot of liquids. Like, if you look in his fridge, it's like the actual fridge part, not the freezer. It's like 99.9% drinks. Well, okay, maybe not that bad, like 75% drinks, but he gets all kinds of drinks. He drinks seltzer. Ugh. He drinks, like, filtered tap water. He drinks bottled water, too, which I think is really funny. He gets a Brita filter, but still gets bottled water. What the hell?
Wait, so he's drinking bottled water, but he also drinks filtered tap water. What the fuck? We're just wasting our money on all kinds of shit.
He gets me drinks. He gets me my Snapple and my Arizona tea. We try different drinks every now and then. He drinks that one Monster Rehab drink. I think it's the red one. If anyone remembers when he did the DSP tries the yellow one, he hated it. But he likes the red one, I think, or it's like red or green or something. But yeah, we have our fun. And people seem to think that all Phil and I do when I visit him is play video games, which is so wrong. Let me tell you, we do not just play video games. And I find that to be the weirdest misconception. Because think about how much Phil puts in work-wise on an average day. Let's say 30 videos. I don't know how many he actually puts out lately. I don't pay attention to how many actually go out. I just watch them. But let's say he puts out about 30 videos a day. How many videos do you think he and I put out on an average day? 10 to 20 at most. We do not...
So more than half. So more than half. If he's averaging... He wasn't averaging 30 a day. He was doing more than that. But at least half. Half the videos you're in. Oh, Panda.
Put that many out. Because even though it's his job and it's my job, we still, we still want to have fun and we still want to do things and spend time together. And we do a lot of fun things that people don't know about. But I thought that was just so weird. Oh, Phil, your girlfriend's here and you want to play video games? And they'll make, like, nasty remarks like, oh, shouldn't you be putting it in? Or, of course, the famed and completely overused DSP tries it joke. But yeah, it's just, I don't know why people get...
Oh, the person who started that was pretty genius. That shit was hilarious. That shit was hilarious. But I mean, given how adventurous Panda is, I mean, use your imagination, chat. Use your imagination.
I get this misconception that Phil and I only play video games. I would hate it if we only played video games when we visited each other. That would just be so irritating. That would make me absolutely insane. Ugh. But we do a lot of fun things together, and I think in the next part of the video I'll talk about the various fun things Phil and I do together on an average visit. Because he's very schedule-oriented. Anyone who ever meets him, he has to have a schedule. Okay, just don't mess with his scheduling. Because if the schedule gets thrown off, he gets a little confused, and then...
No, oh, wait. Nah, you need to bring that back, honey. If you throw the schedule off, he gets confused? What do we mean by that? What do we mean by that?
Okay, just don't mess with his scheduling. Because if the schedule gets thrown off, he gets a little confused, and then all hell breaks loose. But, ugh. What time do we got on this video?
He gets a little confused. What the fuck would he be getting? What? What is he getting confused about? Oh man, I had a bunch of theories back in the day about that shit, and now it may be coming to roost. It may be coming into fruition. Let's hear it again.
Conception that Phil and I only play video games. I would hate it if we only played video games when we visited each other. That would just be so irritating. That would make me absolutely insane. Just, ugh. But we do a lot of fun things together, and I think in the next part of the video I'll talk about the various fun things Phil and I do together on an average visit. Because he's very schedule-oriented. Anyone who ever meets him, he has to have a schedule. Okay, just don't mess with his scheduling. Because if the schedule gets thrown off, he gets a little confused, and then all hell breaks loose. But, ugh. What time do we got
She
on?
did low-key call him autistic, though. But that right there is a very... I mean, he is autistic, obviously. But that's an interesting facet about how much codependency that he has as it pertains to being on schedule or having a schedule. That's super fucking interesting. That is super fucking interesting. Oh shit, yeah. My bad, Prop. I just got a chance to look. Let me see if he's still on. Give me just a second, guys. Let me. I missed Proper's message here. Fucking A. If he's trying to get tagged in, we can tag him in. Yeah, absolutely, Prop. Like, give me just a second, man. I can tag you in right now. Yeah, sorry about that. Loop. And alright. Yeah. Here, let me send the call. Give me just a second, chat.
How's it going? No worries, no worries. I've been torturing myself watching this man try to put his new soundproofing.
All right, chat. We have Agent Proper in the building with the hot tag. Like 2 matches late, but we're in the championship round anyway, so you know it all works out. I'll have Proper speak and see if you guys can hear him, and then we will proceed onwards. Prop?
Hold on. There you go.
All right, cool.
How's it going, guys?
All right, chat. Is he coming through okay? Is it a little too high, too low? Let me know so I can adjust that for you as we need be.
I'm always too high.
You know what I meant? Oh shit! Oh my god!
So while listening to you right now and reliving the horrors of Phil's cooking and some of the nonsense, but thank you for whoever put up that link, by the way.
Oh yeah, that was Sunspot Gallery who hit us.
Bless you, Sunspot. Bless you. thank you for the palate cleanser, because I couldn't see another fucking bird-ass meatball again.
All right, it's a tiny bit high. Give me a second. I can adjust that for you.
Yeah, I can adjust that as well.
But
no, I've been watching him put up the soundproofing for Elgato. He's like, he bought a power drill for this, a little Black & Decker, like $50 banger, right? The home improvement set. And he's sitting there, like, using this little level, not figuring shit out, can't even fucking put in drywall anchors right, stripping screws. Like, he's an hour deep into overtime right now.
Oh, wow.
Straight up. He's got $200.
Uh-huh. And
none of it has been tipped since the fucking podcast.
Jesus.
But this is quality king content.
That's insane, bro. Like I said, my bad, dude, with the late tag.
Oh, no worries.
But
anytime.
But the shit that fucking Sunspot found, dude. Like, did you get a chance to see it? 'Cause I can bring it back up. Like, she straight up called this dude basically autistic with the schedule thing. That was towards the end.
Oh, he is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we knew, but
the old calendar videos.
Yeah,
and he had like his weekly meals. Like there were turkey dogs Wednesdays and shit.
Yeah, and everything had to be scheduled.
Yeah, they were scheduled,
and
that's how it was. Even his trash bin pickup and shit was on that shit.
True, but then, but the way she worded it, it was really compelling. But then early on in the video, when she was talking about her friends and everything, and I guess some of her family members, when she first told them about them dating or whatever, and they were like basically saying, "What is he, a pedophile?" You know what I'm saying? Dr. Phil type shit. Dude, that changes the complete and utter narrative. He can't ever say that detractors, trolls, haters, and critics called him a pedophile first. It was actually Panda and her people. And then when she put this video out, they ran with it.
Well, yeah, I mean, you were discussing the timeline.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And trying to piece it together with whole cat and going in that little crossover. Well, we've all been contemplating how long, they've been talking, Panda and Phil have.
Mm-hmm.
I really think she was like 17 3/4.
Right.
Just a couple months off, Phil was just got a DM from her or whatever happened. I don't know. Maybe he poached her, which seems more likely at this point.
Right.
But he hits her up, talks to her, says, "Oh, I can do this and that," and just gives her the rub and talks the hot shit. And then they start dating, and you get Panda and her, the relationship between him and John Rambo and that whole threesome, and well, at least probably Rambo thought it could have been. You saw those guys, right? What do you think happened when Phil fucking passed out drunk on his fucking bed during some of those early convention days? You never know, right?
Yeah, but I mean, shit. Did you hear her talking about sausage in that fucking sauce making video and shit? She said she's had a lot of sausage, Italian and non-Italian. Like, come on, bro.
Dude, she's done that for years. Look at the old hotel suite videos where she was presenting and Phil just like walked back to the mirror and like goat laughed at him.
Oh yeah, she was face down ass.
Yeah, that video camera might stay on, but that video is not going to go up on YouTube. I'm sorry. But still, like the problem is like Phil likes him young,
right?
Which no surprise, right? He just couldn't do it. He was poaching the mall girls who were 14, being the little mall rat he was, hanging out near GameStop. Beat 13-year-olds at Takin for trophies.
Jesus Christ!
Gotta get the ego in, man. Gotta get it in. SRK wasn't happening anymore. They told him to get the fuck out. No more incel manifestos here, sir. Talking about how all women are terrible. Like, I really do think that Cat and Panda crossed over in that time frame. By a couple months around that fake engagement ring, which should line up with your timeline you were talking about earlier, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Like, and I believe Panda caught them, and then that's why you get the fake engagement ring. Give Phil a little spooker.
Right.
Because maybe he didn't remember proposing to her. right?
It's
A
possible.
little gin drunk, little slurry, little sleepy on the couch. All of a sudden, you wake up with a brand new fiance. What? Sounds like a certified Vegas wedding.
Right. Yeah, sure. It's definitely possible. Your memory holds everything else, so why not?
Yeah.
Jesus. Fucking A. Soundproofing. Wait a second. So he's been working on that shit all this time?
Pretty much since the whole podcast ended.
So
it's great. He doesn't have any progress. He opened boxes and put in some holes in his wall and said they were wrong and that the screws suck, and he blamed Elgato for having something expensive that isn't easy to put up. Wild man. And he's also might skip Street Fighter tonight to do this more.
All right, wait, here, hold on a second. Okay. So now we're gonna give up Street Fighter now, so he can. We're gonna give up Street Fighter now, so he can continue to put up soundproofing.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to play the games. I mean, you know that. Phil doesn't want to play games anymore, right? He just got lucrative amounts of money for reacting to shit with the Kino boys.
Right.
He's the king. He's feeling himself. Why put up gaming content that makes him look bad and feel bad when he gets his ass beat by, the raw Cammy? Who gets blamed?
Jesus.
So he might skip out on Friday Night Fights with Honda to continue this project.
Right, hold on a second. Let's see here. Try that. All right. All right. Go ahead and talk now, man.
Oh, well, if he continues this nonsense, I will probably restream it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because that's fucking crazy. So, actually, hold on a second.
I mean, you got to think about this, chat. He is putting in more effort in this last 2 weeks to improve his setup, to improve his image, to make sure that he looks the best that he can before interacting with the Kino boys, before touching the sector. And now he's putting up this stuff to make him look better, feel better about his setup, be more professional, or whatever he wants to call it. How can he put up this much effort for these individuals who don't know shit about him than, your everyday Jades? Yeah. Hopefully that's better, chat.
Yeah, I adjusted both our sounds, so we should be a little bit better. Because I was peaking in the red for some reason, and so we should be all right now. Let me know. I don't know. It's been a crazy stream, man. Because I thought I started the stream right after the daily therapy session, and that was 4 hours ago. So this dude's been struggling that long?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's crazy, son.
At some point, he got this stuff delivered, and then he went for it.
Wow.
Well, Alive and Well's asking, when do you think the Kino boys will pull the rug on Phil? I think they're going to pull the rug through a gym interaction. Whatever that might be. Hopefully a gym stream versus a gym interview.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's more value in that. But that's my opinion, because I really hate interviews with people who are just going to lie to your fucking face. There's no point in talking to them.
Yeah, I'd say it'll be a ways out, and whatnot, because Jim's kind of the big payoff.
Yeah, he is for this whole arc. It's interaction between Phil and Jim.
Yeah,
and to be honest, whatever means that might be, it could be Jim just streaming about Phil. It could be them having an interview. It could be them interacting on Kino. But I think the patience is going to pay off, and the Kino boys are playing their cards just right for now. I really do. Like, they are trying to bring Phil along and let him walk his own rope. And he's going to do it. He's going to do it because he's going to look terrible as soon as his doc drops for that bullshit Rich doc, actually. Like, I watched that Mikey doc, by the way.
I think it's great. Like I said, I put in the chat earlier.
Yeah, chat, if you get the chance to watch that, yeah, GTG dropped it to me the other day, and it fills out a little more about Rich. It gets the gaps better. So between the two of them, you're going to know a lot more about how you should feel about Rich.
Here, I'll drop it in the, I'll actually drop it again in just a second.
Yeah, it's like 1 hour, 51 minutes long or something like that.
Yeah. But it's worth the watch. It's definitely worth the watch.
I mean, the keynote, the money doesn't matter. I don't know what people are talking about. Oh, you're mad about money. I've never been mad about money. I don't give a fuck. So you can give as much money as you want to Phil. That money's going to burn. That money's going to go away. He's done it for years. He'll keep doing it. He wants to live this certain lifestyle to pretend to be a successful adult for whatever it's worth in his view, which means all the crazy ass lifestyle or some bullshit like that. It's wild.
There's that's dropped.
Oh yeah, big ups. That's that Mikey doc. It's real good, chat. Check that link.
Definitely worth it.
I know he told about you told him about it earlier, but still,
yeah,
it's always good to remind him.
Now the timestamp I gave you was laughing at him being 5'7", so you may want to bring it back to the beginning.
Okay. 5'7" wide. Fuck.
Exactly. Speaking of which, Arizona dropped a link to one of my videos, older one. So here, let me bring that up real fast and let's see what's in it, because he has a timestamp too. That's 7:02. So let's see here. Turn that on. Let me. Try that. Okay. So, all right. So we're good there. And let me bring this in and then let's see what we got here. Okay, here we go. DSP News. DSP tries it, hating on War Dog Leader, helping him and needing Leanna to cook my meals for me. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Okay, so with the departure of Pandalee, Leanne, whatever the fuck I choose to call her at this moment, whatever Tyrone is giving her the long stroke and deciding to call her at this current moment, the maid is gone. God damn, I was an asshole. Well, I'm still an asshole, but holy shit.
You're gonna say wasn't, so come on.
Yeah, I was about to say, God damn, dude. See that's what a young GT was like when he was just like all out there with that shit. All right, here let's let me bring past GTG in here. Woosah. Okay, so with the departure of Pandalee, Leanne, whatever the fuck I choose to call her at this moment, whatever Tyrone is giving her the long stroke and deciding to call her at this current moment, the maid is gone. Dishes aren't being washed. Meals aren't being prepared. Clothes aren't being washed. Blankets smell horrible. Cleaning isn't done. Poor me. Poor Phil. That God knows my maid is gone, because I dismissed her as a maid. That's the reason why I called her that. Because after their relationship ended, he dismissed her as you would dismiss an employee. There was nothing there. She held no value. You served your purpose. You're dismissed. Couldn't even give her the Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger treatment, at least pop a kid in her. You just sent her on her way. Fair enough. So now, you sent her away. Oh, I'm going to go back to a bit of normality now. It'll be just like back in Connecticut. You remember that, right, guys? Back in Connecticut when I used to be solo? Yeah. So now I can focus more on my business. Okay. That's what you said a few months ago. Now, and I'm gonna bring it back so you all can catch that it's been rather challenging for me. Sleep schedule's been off. And more importantly, it's a shame that I work as hard as I do, and now I don't have the home cooked meal waiting for me as I should. And Lord knows I have to wash some dishes. Lord knows I have to get off my fat ass. And I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that I am breaking character, but I'm sorry that I couldn't get off my fat ass. I couldn't wake up early and maybe, I don't know, prepare some chicken, prepare some steak, some seafood, your shitty sauce, something in the morning. Have a plan. Figure out something. Lord knows that people who are single parents, who have kids, Phil, that's you, but smaller and not as ignorant as you are, because a kid just doesn't know better. You do. That's what makes you ignorant. Who have kids and who have real things to do, like jobs or careers. I know that's scary to you, Phil. Stay with me. But they actually have real obligations in life and they get it done every single day. Stressful or not, they get it done. They find a way. They plan out. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. If your father did not teach you that, shame on him. Shame on him. But Philip here is special. Philip cannot be bothered with that. The business holds weight over all that. And for God's sake, after a hard day of streaming, I need my meals prepared for me right away. ASAP. And it better be hot. And my candy bar that's defrosting my dessert better be cold. And sweating. Lord knows that I should have to go ahead and stream for, 8 hours a day. And then Lord knows I have to cook my own meal in a hurry. I have to clean up those dishes because I'm not a slob. And then I have to go back to work. And then, God forbid, I have to wash and clean my own car. I have to sit there and clean my own house. I have to wash my own clothes. I'm the king of hate, ladies and gentlemen. Who the fuck do you think I am? You got some nerve, Phil. You got some nerve. But we're going to bring that back because I want people to catch that. Fuck you, Phil.
Cooking dinner for me anymore. Enough information to even really share with all you guys yet. And it's stressing me the hell out. And in addition to that, my sleep schedule is still all screwed up. And in addition to that, my eating is all screwed up. Because of all the life changes that happened to me this year. It wasn't an easy thing transitioning from, being in a 5-year relationship and transitioning back to being single. In particular, the one major change that's really screwed everything up for me is that I don't have anyone cooking dinner for me anymore. So, I'm on a 4 or 5 hour stream. I get done with that stream, I have to rush downstairs to figure out what can I make for dinner to eat here that I can make and then clean up after myself immediately so I can get back to my second stream. And it's been pretty challenging. I'm not going to lie to everyone.
He's right. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. I won't put you through that because the video's already kind of long. And we're only a short way through. I'm sure Panda could contest to that when it comes to film. Short way through. Anyway, he's right. Lord knows that he has to be on a 4 or 5 hour stream, have to rush himself downstairs with the gout, prepare some food, slob it into that hole or that orifice that he calls his mouth, and then has to cleaning up is a bit of a lie, Phil. We all know you don't clean up. It just goes into the sink, or you're eating off those paper plates that you do in your DSP tries and it just goes in the trash. Don't try to bullshit us here at at DSP News at GTG Networking Productions. We know. And then he has to hoof his ass back upstairs to get back on his shitty second stream with the itis and the gout, and hence the reason why the second stream is sorely unentertaining. You got some nerve, Phil. Yeah, but you're right. You should have a home cooked meal, if that's what you want to call it, and it should be there every day at the same time. I don't care if if whoever it is has to clean the house. I don't care if whoever it is has worked 8 or 9 hours at a job and then had to come home and fix everything else up. It better be there. Because I deserve it. Because I work hard. Work hard. Not two things that Phil is used to doing or has ever done. You're right, Phil. I misjudged you. I was wrong. I apologize. DSP News.
Some of the things that I've tried.
Jesus. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was a special type of animal back then. God damn. All right, here, let me finish this. Let him finish this last thought out, and then we'll. Jesus, even I want to go back and listen to this now.
Work, but they end up really stressing me out. Like, for example, making pasta. Now, pasta is not something you should eat all the time. Maybe eat it once a week, right? It's a lot of carbs. And I like pasta, and I like making a big pot of Italian sauce. So the pasta, can be eaten with this sauce for a course of like a month and a half to 2 months. I stretch out the sauce because I make a ton of it, and I freeze it. The problem is making the pasta takes a long time. You gotta boil the water. You gotta boil the pasta, right? I gotta thaw.
Did I just hear this? Did I just hear that something that takes 10 to 12 minutes is have I been drinking yet? Kevin, Gary, Greg, have I had a drink yet? No? This is one of my more sober broadcasts? Did I agree to be sober? I didn't. So I purposely chose not to drink. Okay, fair enough. So I'm in my right mind right now, ladies and gentlemen. Did I just hear this pathetic excuse just say that making pasta is time consuming? This is according to this is coming from this piece of shit who prides himself on being part Italian, right? I don't know about you, Phil, but all the friends that I have are Italian. They eat pasta and spaghetti every day, every day. You know what I mean? Because they bring leftovers here for me and the guys a lot. And good God, you're right, it's a lot of carbs. But see, the thing is, Phil, is and I'm giving you a little bit of insight personally. Me and the fellows here, we go to this magical place called the gym. It's wondrous. You go in there, you know what I'm saying? They have all different types of activities, a bunch of beautiful women, people that actually help you work out. It's amazing. And when you sweat because you actually did something. I didn't have to sit on my love seat and not do really anything and sweating it up. Yeah, I actually went out there and I did something. And then when you do it for a couple months, you go to the mirror, Phil, and you see stuff. You see amazing stuff. Like, you see that you lost weight. Love handles are gone. And for you, you might have seen something rather small. Maybe you've never seen it, but let's disregard that. The point is, Phil, things happen when you put the time in. Now, okay, Phil, you're right. You're a busy man. You don't have time for that. You're right. I'm sorry. It's preposterous to think someone who commits himself to the business as much as you do would have time to spend a half hour in the gym. It's terrible. Ain't that right, Kenny, Gary, Greg? It's horrible that we all have the time to do that. Where's Kevin at, by the way? Oh, Kevin's getting pasta? All right, cool. The point is this. The point is that you may not have a half hour to an hour, 3 hours on a good day over here to go to the gym. That's fair. That's fair. You could go out walking. I know that sounds crazy. I know that you're scared. But you are in a rather nice community. From what I've heard, I'm deciding to call her at this current moment. The maid is gone. Hour in the gym. It's terrible. Ain't that right, Kenny, Gary, Greg? It's horrible that we all have the time to do that. Where's Kevin at, by the way? Oh, Kevin's getting pasta? All right, cool. The point is this. The point is that you may not have a half hour to an hour, 3 hours on a good day over here to go to the gym. That's fair. That's fair. You could go out walking. I know that sounds crazy. I know that you're scared. But you are in a rather nice community. From what I've heard, the pictures that have been sent to me of your house, I'm skeptical of it, and I don't have verification of whether it is your house or not. Could have been just a nice house that someone took off the internet. But either way, you are in a gated community. You are safe from the people on the outside because you got gates. There's nobody there that's going to hurt you, Phil. You can walk around in relative ease. Your neighbors might actually get to see you. You get some sun on that balding spot you got there. It might be good for you. It might help with the sinuses. Possibly. I could be wrong. I know that you have a undiagnosed nasal drip that's killing you slowly, and I'm sorry for that. But I'm just saying. Pasta is too difficult to make. It takes too much time. I'm astounded. I am absolutely flabbergasted. Bamboozled, I feel like I've been. All these years of me making spaghetti, ravioli, tortellini, lasagna, sweating for days making it from scratch. Which is hard as hell, by the way. That's really hard to do. It's not like out the box where it only takes like 10 to 12 minutes. Making that shit from scratch, my son, it's a lot. But it's worth it, though, in the end, by the way. Then again, we don't freeze it for 2 months out of What the fuck is By the way, what the fuck is freezing sauce for 2 months at a time? You ever thought about maybe making it in smaller batches? You ever think about that? I would assume it tastes like shit initially on day one. I'd hate to see what it tastes like 60 days later. It just doesn't sound like a good idea. Maybe that's where the gout came from. Just saying. Toxic waste is still toxic waste, no matter how you freeze it. TSP News.
The sauce, I gotta combine the sauce and the pasta. Then I gotta eat, then I gotta clean up, which is washing of dishes and everything. And it turns out it takes, hour and a half to really get through it myself.
It takes you an hour and a half to make pasta, sauce, clean up? Oh my. I am sorry, Phil, for my previous statement. I was wrong. I was under the impression that could all be done in like 45 minutes. 40 maybe. You're by yourself. It's not like you're talking to anybody. It's not like you're cracking open a nice bottle of like rosé or a Chardonnay or something to go along with it. You know what I'm saying? A Merlot or anything like that. But Jesus Christ, I drink too much. But that's good Merlot, not a fucking shitty one either. A good one. That's not the point. The point is that it's not like you're having a conversation with people. Just eat, get stuff cleaned up, and get back up to your job. It's just like going on an hour-long break. Same concept. I know you don't know what that feels like, but that's really what it is, Phil. DSP News.
And then I'm right back to stream. I don't really have time to make any kind of complex dishes or anything like that. Because I just don't have the time. I finish my stream around 5 p.m. and then I'm back on stream around 7:30. So I only have about 2 hours because it takes about half an hour or more to get those videos uploaded. So I really got to rush. I'm rushing constantly. Keep in mind, that's not even accounting for the fact I might have to use the bathroom. You know what I mean? So it's a lot different than what it used to be. It used to be that, as soon as I finished with my stream, dinner was ready. I go downstairs, eat, and then just clean up. And then I actually had some relaxation time where I could actually have a little bit of,
You mean you had the maid clean up, is what you're saying? You mean that you didn't cook anything, you didn't help prep anything, you went downstairs with the gout, you sat down, you ate, you told her how shitty the food was, you burped a couple of times, you went back upstairs, you jerked off on stream real quick, you uploaded some videos, and you got started. That's what you're saying. You didn't all right, we're good. We can settle down. Holy shit. That may have been the first time in a long time that I've actually had a chance to actually hear some of my older work. Damn, man, that's a long time. That's 6 years ago. God damn.
That's like a baby tractor.
Yeah. Damn, son. That's like here, let me see if I can give you an exact date on this shit. That was that makes sense why I was going so hard in the paint. That was October 24th of 2017. So that's rookie season shit there.
Yeah, that's quality.
That's rookie season shit there. Big ups to Arizona for that. Big ups to Sunspot Gallery for this gym. This is fantastic. This was beautiful. Holy shit. Big ups, chat. Wow. Jesus Christ, man. That's wild. Shit. That was a different time, boy.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that's how it goes, though, right? I mean, look at the state things are in now. That's that. People might think we're on the edge of a civil war or some other nonsense.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always ops. There's always people moving. There's always things going on.
Right.
For the most part, the current community is very creative, very fun, likes to be inclusive, and just wants to enjoy laughing at Phil.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Like, it's not all hallmarks of bubblegum and everything like that, but yeah, I'd say for the most part, though, it's really just a bunch of people just trying to chill and have a good time for the most part.
Yeah, it's been nice.
Wow, that's crazy. All right, so no Street Fighter tonight, possibly.
No, he's building the wall.
Okay, and at the wall. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
I don't want to restream this.
You don't want no parts of that.
No, I can make it entertaining. I'm a good recycler of content. I can do this.
Nice.
I'll bring the hard hat.
Good shit. All right, chat. If you got any additional questions or anything like that, man, Prop, is there anything else that you have in mind? Anything else that you want to get off your chest and whatnot?
I really don't think so. I think I'm in a decent state right now. I mean, I would like to make more content and stream a little more, but I've really trying to get a handle on some real life shit.
Right.
So
that's
just how it goes.
Right.
So
yeah. All right, nice. Any future projects?
I guess tonight I'm restreaming Phil building the wall.
Gotcha. So for all of you who are interested in that, please go over there, check out ProleteR and whatnot. DSP probably didn't want to get beat up in Street Fighter tonight anyway. So
it's gonna be scuffed as fuck. We're gonna have fun. I'm gonna drink a bunch of booze.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sounds like a typical Friday night. All right, chat. All right, chat. I'm gonna go ahead and tap in with you guys real fast and whatnot, just in case you guys have anything else here, and then we will bid you guys a good evening. So let's see who's gonna start our ball here. Let's go here.
Demeter says, night stream cancelled already. Both Keeperoxes 99 says, they're not like us. They're not like us. They're not like us.
Not at all.
Alive and well in Israel says, yeah, slow burn. Alive and well in Israel says, Jim. Ramza 675 says, LTG made him change clothes, Kino made him do troll content.
That's a fantastic point.
Excalibur 2010 says, the money Kino wasted wasn't worth it to me.
Probably not. But, like I said, we're thinking long-term here.
Sheet Metal 02 says, as a construction worker watching Phil spend 2 hours struggling to hang one piece of sound deadening is FCKN hilarious. Alive and well in Israel says, we've waited 16 years. Alive and well in Israel says, what's another 4?
Fair point.
Sunspot Gallery says, he just said he's going to have to cancel tonight and do this off stream.
Do it off stream!
Alive and well in Israel says, good thing she's Asian.
I'm telling you, it's going to be the worst stream ever.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ramza 675 says, waited about a decade or more to improve his camera. The Harmonious says, twin tail with Gyaya Dayam. The Harmonious says, I think I recognize that artist 2XD. Iron Torch 20 says, nice nostalgia rush here.
Yeah, it's been an interesting stream. It didn't go the way I initially planned, but gotta be versatile. You know what I'm saying? Gotta be willing to go with the punches.
Ramza 675 says, Liana's fault, dude.
Of course.
Auramaster DX says, work style Liana. Excalibur 2010 says, this proved what a bitch he is. Wardog was right, why can't he toast some bread or make a simple ham sandwich?
Agreed. 100%.
Ramza 675 says, GTG was chopping up that meat.
Yeah, that was something to behold listening to that. I haven't seen or heard that in so many years, man. That was a wild experience, I gotta tell you.
Excalibur 2010 says. No DoorDash at this time, but I think HelloFresh existed, he could have used that.
Yeah, that was pre-DoorDash, you know what I'm saying? Like, remember that proper? The times before there was delivery, you know, that we had consistent deliveries and shit, and Phil could pretty much get what he wanted whenever he wanted.
But yeah, it went downhill. As soon as he could get DoorDash, it's fucked.
Yeah.
That's fucked.
Oh my god, man. Boy, it was a different time being a detractor before 2020. Hey, man. Crazy stuff.
Gray Fox 2000 says. He make it sound like he's asking it by hand.
Exactly.
Excalibur 2010 says. Buy ragu and add extra seasoning if you have to bitch ass spig. Almighty Gookie says. It's too pathetic to hear a grown-ass man complain about cooking pasta.
Agreed.
Vicious says. He babysits uploads he babysits boiling pasta.
Babysits everything.
Sunspot Gallery says. Push-ups. Auramaster DX says. Babysitting boiled water. Excalibur 2010 says. Phil is gonna say the gym is too hard, wah.
Oh, what were you gonna say, Prop?
Oh no, I'm just laughing.
That shit's silly, bro. Fucking A.
Sheer King says. Keith has never seen it.
Nope.
Jax Sleekson says. Exercise prevents gout and can alleviate ED. Promotes testosterone production and gets blood flowing. Auramaster DX says. Walking, with my legs. Ramza 675 says. Power waddle. Auramaster DX says. GTG 100% confirmed more Italian.
Possibly, apparently, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Ramza 675 says. GTG was the friend DSP needed.
I'd end up busting him in the lip multiple times, though. That wouldn't have worked out too long. He would have learned something, but damn, dude. Like, just... I don't know. The struggles John must have gone through with that dude must have been insane.
John's a saint.
Yeah,
I don't know how you put up with him.
I agree. Because I don't know how you couldn't imagine being stuck in the same room with DSP for 2 hours with the nonsense that guy spews. Jesus Christ.
Auramaster DX says. Reheated sugar water.
Exactly.
Sunspot Gallery says. Il tipo y un retardado. Jesse Green 619 says. So he get DoorDash every night.
Pretty much.
Wandering Monk 000 says. He claimed he did do evening walks then quit.
Oh yeah, you remember that, right? When back when I think that was right around the time he was given the excuse about how he wouldn't be able to date because women sleep at night or whatnot, and he works at night. So how could he possibly do that shit? That shit was insane. His logic back in those days, man.
Pedro's logic's weird, man. It doesn't make sense. If it makes sense, it's wrong.
Exactly. Exactly. He was a different type of animal. He's more unhinged now, though, for sure, I think.
Wandering Monk 000 says. Shinko thinks he freezes the birthday cake also.
He probably does. I could see him doing that.
Ramza 675 says. GTG took no prisoners.
Not at all. Not 2017 GTG.
Both Keeperoxes 99 says. GTG is no filter.
Nope. Not at all. Not at all.
Ramza 675 says. I got into DSP stuff 2018.
He came in a good year, man. Like 2017 was pretty much a fucking crapshoot. But 2018 was a good year to pop in. The issue that issue, dude, is probably on my end. It's not on proper. It's probably on mine. I'll fix it. I'll get it squared out for the next stream. That might be me. I'm trying a new thing. Oh, it's my bad on that. Let's see here.
Vicious says. He should do it off stream and saying he has to get paid for everything he does.
surprised. I'm surprised he's not paying them to have him stream it. To be honest.
Splinter 47 says, "Big up."
Yeah, it's gonna be weird. Like tonight, it's after his podcast, so that's the only thing that makes him money right now.
Right.
And he's now going to spend 3 hours of his time putting up the other, 8 little panels. And it's just going to be wild. It's going to be him, like, standing on a step stool and shit. Like, this is an angle. I haven't seen the office from in a long time, if at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
and it looks sad and empty and lonely. Like, it's all tucked into the corner near the closet, and there's, like, his YouTube play button, like, on the wall.
Uh-huh.
It looks real fucking sad. Like, look, I'll get a picture for you so you can show chat, because it's fucking...
Yeah.
It's rough.
Yeah.
Like, you really see it. It's rough.
Yeah, let me a picture. Take a look at that.
Yeah. I think in our secret Discord, somebody posted one up.
Gotcha.
I'm sure it's here. Because he has an empty room, and it's fucked. Yeah, I'll send it to you on Discord real quick.
Appreciate it. Give me just a second, chat, and I'll try to bring you guys in. I'll bring the picture up.
Yeah. You gotta show chat this shit.
Oh, shit.
This is the wide angle of the office. It'll take a second, chat. Like, I've never seen it in this angle before.
No, that's behind the chair and everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Give me a sec. That's kind of
that's
sad.
that's from his TV. That's where his TV is, I believe.
Oh.
So he put his webcam on where his TV is. That's why it's so far out.
All right, chat. Oh, wow. This is...
Yeah, there you go, chat. Look at that shit. It's fucking empty. There's no life to those walls. Nothing. It's as empty as his fucking head.
Yeah, absolutely.
The only thing you got on the wall is his fucking ego builder. The fucking YouTube play button. That doesn't mean shit anymore. Well, the only place it would mean shit to is if you like run into his house, avoid the hatchets, grab that play button and ship it off to Keen for a ransom. Keen might pay some good money for that YouTube play button.
Probably, but this is this is sad.
Yeah, this is the King's quarters, dude.
Oh shit!
Yikes!
Yikes!
And now we're putting up some like quote unquote soundproofing foam behind him because acoustics.
Oh,
I think we're putting panels in front of him too. So
that's is he gonna put anything on the ceiling?
Hopefully a rope.
Of course. Holy shit. That's rough, man.
I'm sorry, chat. Please don't see me do the Twitter gulag like Rich did. Okay.
Oh my
God. Sorry. I'll stop talking about ropes.
Jesus Christ, that's ugly. Well, chat.
Yeah, it is.
Well, chat. That's what's there on that. That's pretty crazy.
There you go, chat. There's a preview for tonight. If you show up on my stream, you're gonna see him have like 4 panels of foam across the wall. It's black and blue, just like the bruises that Subaru band left on Cat. Yeah, they're gonna look fantastic for the King. He's gonna make all the money tonight.
Jesus. Well, chat, that's what you guys have to look out for. So, Jesus Christ, that's crazy, bro. So, like I said, head over to the Agent Proper's stream when he's ready to fire that up. You guys got something to look forward to. That's just really wild, bro.
It's gonna be OSHA approved.
Oh my God, that's so. Let's see here. That is so fucking. All right, chat. Let me drop this here. Let's drop that. Big ups to Meth Bear. who was here and it was also on Twitter for dropping a line to me. Very much appreciated. Big ups to Sunspot. Big ups to Arizona. Big ups to ProleteR. You know what I'm saying? For following through. I very much appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thanks for the hot tag.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. Like I said, I wish I got you in here a little sooner. Oh, hold on a second. Kill that real fast. I'm trying to set up for this. Closing song. There we go. I think you guys will. I think this song is fitting, given our circumstance. All right, chat. Thank you guys very much for coming out to the stream and whatnot. Like I said, it wasn't what I initially had planned, but that's all right. We always have our next stream. We can catch up. But thank you guys for coming by yet again. Hopefully you guys will check out Agent ProleteR later. Thank you for everybody who just gave me a couple hours of their time. Very much appreciate it. And big ups to everybody who catches it on the playback. And I guess I'll catch you guys on the flip whenever that may be. Let me go ahead and play you guys out. So we're gonna go with some Loaded Lux. And thank you yet again, ProleteR, for coming through. I very much appreciate it, my dude.
Thank you, my guy. It's fun. I'll see you guys tonight, chat. Swing by or don't.
Later,
it's gonna be bad. Later.
You got to be a warrior. I don't care how far removed you are, brother. You got to return to that. You got to be a warrior. Your blood got to still be able to ball.
Marking territory in your area. Somewhere on the corner in America. With terrorists that dog you like a terrier. The world is full of warriors and warriors. Warrior, we warriors. You know they don't make them any more like us. Who told you the stories you've been telling us? The world is full of warriors and warriors. Warrior, we warriors. Warrior, we warriors. You know they don't make them any more like us. The world is full of warriors and warriors. Warrior, we warriors. Pull up on your shorty, what you jealous for? Who told you the stories you've been telling us? The world is full of warriors and warriors. Warrior, I got that fire. You worrying about getting fly. Bow down to dominion. They minions. In the power of your whole existence. Dimensions throughout the fabrics of the cosmos. Stop. Your biggest move was Costco. Fuck is you muchachos. You don't know me Vacos. When we was splitting up tacos. And with me in the foxhole. Slipping all the potholes. Cooking with the pot close. Your rascals. If you been getting chicken with your waffles. All your bitches out brothels. I'm the vision of your blindfold. God knows. Liddy's is a little shitty snot nose. High nose. Come out the grid. Pull from the pit. We ain't pulpitting. But bills and babies ain't for bullshitting. Bullpen. Give victims assistance. Branch head ain't bullwinkle. But pay for good jingles. Your number one hood single. Marking territory in your area. Somewhere on the corner in America. With terrorists that dog you like a terrier. The world is full of warriors and warriors. Warrior, we warriors. You know they don't make them any more like us. Who told you the stories you've been telling us? The world is full of warriors and warriors. We playing a different game, that's not why I came. You should stay in your lane, it's a higher plane. I kept it hitting, I was crouching with the tiger flame. But niggas think they could kick it with the flying crane. Find your name, then I zero in. Make it hurt like meeting your hero, he on heroin in the heroin. Dope on the deck was part of the decade. It's my resolve pulling your card. Hit the deck again. Wonder why we had it hard. We was selling it, we set up to settle. Is this a setup I settle with? Got a check and didn't buy nothing I can make investments with. Let what you wrestle with, we you out till you worrying. Ain't trying to discourage him, I gotta encourage him. He gon' need empowering, all these streets are devouring. I'm reaching people crowding to the beaches around. I'm making announcements wherever your town is a mile. Marking territory